Ladies and gentlemen, remember to get your guesses in for both Janthir and the finale. I'm feeling good. We're getting close. We're a few days out, I'd say, at this point. I don't know how long Janthir is. I don't know if it's going to be shorter than Secrets. Secrets was really, really short. 12 hours. 12.12 hours. Let me get my timer ready here. So we can get this. Because I still want to time how long it's going to take until we get to the spear unlock.
Here you have it. Harvest Den. Much to keep a newcomer occupied.
Thanks, Bram.
Especially this time of year. Have one last hurrah before the deep freeze sets in, then our time of torpor begins, and things really slow down. So, enjoy the fun while it lasts.
Weren't you supposed to show us around?
A wayfinder needs no chaperone, yes? You seem the type who'd rather blaze your own trail.
Thanks, Bram.
Your friends, the flora and feline, make themselves at home already. Besides, if you need me, I'll be right here. A friend of mine plans to take part in the dance circle. Poor beast dances like his feet are forged from ore, but I'll be cheering for him nonetheless.
That is how that be. There she is. I think we're actually pretty close. I think we're close to the spear. I spent so much time over here. I need to tell you a story about how stupid I am. Yep, nope, we're here. We're here.
Plant person?
So here's the spear unlock. Right here.
Animals graze on you?
Making friends already, Keith?
Delightful, aren't they? What I love about children is their shamelessly charming lack of tact.
Willow, focus. We're training, not harassing newcomers.
But how pretty she is! I love her flowers best of all.
How sweet. These were a gift from a very dear friend. A dragon friend.
No cheating by sword,
There's a
bow,
dragon here
axe,
as
or what
well?
have you. Only
I'm
spears
afraid
carry
we're on this
points.
adventure without her. She's resting. And she's more than earned it.
Something you have not, Willow. Back to your sets.
Could complete these with my eyes closed. Now this newcomer looks like a fine sparring match for you, Swift Rapids.
Never trained with spears before?
Really? Bet you'd take to it naturally. Talk to my sparring partner, Mists of Dawn. She'll help you get a feel for it. Most couldn't train in spears before they can
Pick
talk.
up the pace, Cubs.
Though
Lose to a
some
visitor, you will.
prefer to exercise
You
their
shame
jabbering
yourselves.
jaws.
I'm picking up
Thank you for letting us watch.
Fine joke. Half the points are mine alone.
Okay, and then
Cease bickering and
we
move.
go over here. And spear. Boom. There it is. Bomb. 1 hour, 5 minutes. Nice, color. And 20 seconds.
Spears down.
That's how long it takes to get to spear mastery. Shunk.
Newcomer wins, fair and square.
Now, you're probably thinking, okay, that's fine. I mean, an hour of cutscenes and like one quest to get to spears is fine. So you're going to be wondering, little over an hour of concentrated doing cutscenes and story and like one quest in order to get access to spears. Allow me to reiterate that spears are actually really good and probably worth it. Even if you don't have the legendary spear like I do, spears are really good. And yeah, if you skip some of the stuff, because not all of that was unskippable. Like some of that, you didn't have to talk to all the optional people. You didn't have to go seek out the little side journals, stuff like that, right? You could have just done the mandatory stuff, and yeah, probably shortened it about 45 minutes. This is my little PSA here, because, and I mean this with sincerity, it's probably worth doing. You're not really spoiling anything other than Secrets of the Obscure, which you probably shouldn't be. Oh my god, he's actually... He's clawing the map. I'm in shock. There, the scratching post, not the mat. He appears to be on drugs too. So the spear is, I think, pretty much every class can use spears. Don't quote me. I'm almost positive they all can. And speaking totally personally, every single class except for warrior, spear is one of their, if not their best option. The spear skills are really good. Like, really good. Spear rotation is certainly fascinating, too. Because it feels different from the other weapons to me. Keep in mind, I'm not what you'd call a super huge vet on Guild Wars 2. And obviously, it's not like there aren't other good skills. I mean, honestly, I still prefer dual axis for warrior. But spear is good enough to be worth going and grabbing if you're already invested enough to buy an expansion. So here's my little PSA. I want to tell you a story, if that's okay. So there I was, wanting my freaking spear. I'm like, okay, no problem. You may or may not have noticed all of these quests we've been doing have been redoing these quests. That's because I have gotten up to this exact point in time to unlock the spear. But that's not how I started, because information on how to unlock spears was really, really vague. Like, frustratingly vague. And so, after some considerable look and Googling and perusing through Reddit, what I found was this dude right here helped unlock spears. Now, I happen to already have this waypoint right here because dailies and weeklies exist. So, PAX gave me a shuttle out here, and I'm like, okay, cool. So I went ahead, poked up here. I was like, hey. Couldn't talk to him. In fact, he literally refuses to talk to you. I'm like, okay. Now what? So then I talked to this guy, the heart guy, because everyone's like, hey, make sure you do this heart over here. It's a great way to get spear. I'm like, okay. So I did the heart to completion, and that didn't get me anything. I'm like, okay, well, what else can I do? And I was like, well, maybe it's this guy. This guy's almost always going, by the way. This is, I believe, a champion fight. And he's actually, all of his forms are pretty mean. People are almost always fighting him, too. It's a great repeating event that's just here, right? I do this a couple of times. Nothing happens. I'm like, okay. And I start roaming around trying to find anyone or anything to do it. And I've just failed miserably. Finally, I go ask someone. I'm like, hey, why don't I have access to my spear? And they say, just go to Janthir, get to this point, and talk to this guy. And I'm like, I've already done that. And like, you have no spear? I was like, yeah. Well, what did the quest say? What quest? And that was when I finally found out that the only way to get spear is to do the MSQ up to this point, which you've seen me do for the last hour. And then do that little cutscene over there with Keith and the kids. Then talk to Mr. Dawn, and hey, spear. Now, I don't actually think this is a negative, to be honest with you. I was actually chewing on this. This is actually relatively early. In fact, if you're paying attention, that means in 1 hour of Janthir, Janthir basically pulls the same trick that that Path of Fire does for the same reason. It gives you access to a new mount and gets you started on that track, unlocks that track, and it gets you access to a new weapon and gets you started on that track. In both cases, there is a small amount of mandatory initial grind. For the Warclaw mount, nothing, but for the Lowland Coland, you do need that initial thing right here, this spear. Now, you're probably thinking, ugh, mandatory grind. And I get you, but no, this is a joke. This initial grind to get Lowland Spear training is a minuscule amount of experience. And that's good. I still think it shouldn't exist at all, to be quite honest with you. There's, like, no reason to have that there, but whatever. I'm not even sure if I'm going to do the rest of this, because I don't care. Yeah, no, it does not take long to get that. That really is the whole point. So, cool. But now that I have access to the spear... Oh, by the way. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, this is the other reason this champion is here. Sorry. I knew I was going somewhere with that. This is why there's a champion event that's almost always going, with people almost always doing it. Yes, this event also has an audience mechanic. That's more good design. What that means is if you are not super comfortable fighting a legitimately very hard fight, because this guy's mean, you can just go up there in the stands and sit there and give buffs to the people fighting it. Boop. And there's 30,000 experience. And this rotates constantly. It's like every 5 minutes. So, this is actually pretty well designed. I still stand by my statement that the spear should just be default. But if there's some spaghetti code problem with that, this is about as close as you're getting to just making this work, right? But just letting this be a non-issue for new players. I should also mention that there are several mastery points, not only on the way here, like that one right there. There's one you literally go by in the MSQ. There's one right up this cliff here. But also, as part of doing this MSQ, you get 2 mastery points. I actually don't have that many points right now because I haven't actually done that much out here. But even I have 7. So, and yeah, and that's after getting both of those things. I don't even have my house unlocked yet. Or whatever that is. Anyways, so what I'm trying to say is that unlike another expansion I could mention, someone actually did sit down and think about how to present this stuff. Where to put the quests, where to put the hearts, where to put the mastery points, how much experience to require it, and how to unlock it. So, I now have access to spear. Oh, I actually have to do spear training. Okay, so, ooh. Okay. Now, do a heart. I have to... So, there's this new mechanic in Janthir.
Janthir is wild terrain. You must prepare.
Let me see if I can actually do this properly, because I've never done this live before. Maybe not. It's like I actually can't do it here? Damn. He's a heart dude. He's a heart dude at the waypoint? Well, there's a heart dude over there. And there's a heart dude over there. And there's a heart dude over there. Oh my god, there's heart dudes everywhere. Oh, there. Aha. You're right. I knew it, Giga. Lying to me. But I am very curious if this can shortcut this quest. Because if it can, I have more of these than another character. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hey, so... there we go. Local Writ of Renown. I can buy 4 of these a day. Oop. Okay. Got here. So I'm just gonna... pop that? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh. Okay. So it's a portion. How many does it take? 2, 3, looks like 4. That did complete the quest. So, 2 new concepts in Janthir. I barely know about either of them. One of them is what you just saw me doing, which is where so a lot of the stuff out here gets you these heart tokens. So the way it apparently works is you talk to the actual heart NPC himself, go to buy supplies, buy the whatever it is. Oh, that's interesting. I might grab that. In fact, I'm going to grab that. And I'm just, yeah. Yeah, I now have a 4-hour lowland expertise buff, which gives me experience, and it looks like that's it at the moment. Anyways, so you get those little heart currencies. They're something that takes up space in your inventory. You can spend those at the heart NPCs to buy progress with that heart, which is interesting because it kind of allows you to shortcut some of the heart grind if you want to do hearts, especially since there are now tiered hearts. Continued daily completion of tiered run-on hearts increases their associated achievement track. This results in additional rewards and potential changes to the area as you gain the locals' trust over time. I haven't really done any of that. Pretty sure I don't even have access to the achievement for that yet. Yeah, let's see if we can find this guy. Guiding Breath. Nope, not even there. So I don't know where it keeps track of any of that nonsense. Maybe here? I don't know. What? Either way, you could tell they're trying to experiment with the heart concept. Which is good, because hearts suck. Oh, this is inside, isn't it? Oh, of course it is. Commander, why are you on a roof? Yeah, I was trying to find you. I'm inside. Look. I don't know where bears go, okay? See, this guy's name is just Dog. You don't know. Oh, and consequently, as of this exact moment, I haven't seen any of this. Going to get the spear unlock is as far as I've been.
Hey, don't...
Commander, quietly.
Yes?
Catching up on Coden affairs?
The only meeting worth attending is the one you're not invited to. Seems there's been discussion about those strangers the kid mentioned earlier. Also scouts and what I assume are journeykin, which kicked off some squabbling. Then something about Isles, and interestingly, Alliance, which led to more squabbling.
What do we have to do with any of this?
Still piecing that together. But now you see why espionage and diplomacy go together like Bover and steak and a cold ale.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying this.
And Krisha's still trying to convince me that field work gets old after a while. Anyway, the Warclaw Master seems to be the one spearheading all this. She said to speak to her understudy, correct? Wouldn't hurt to see if you can get any info out of him. Something's definitely got them on edge. Our timing could be good or bad.
Okay, then. Let's see what we can figure out. Missing cub. Okay. Use the sniff skill. Oh, jeez.
Only playing they are.
Spoiled they are. Get them in hand before they leave me a crop of tooth marks.
Oh, God. How? What? Okay.
Cuddle some sweet journeykins.
Yes, I have to use the sniff skill, Eva. Okay, here we go. Cub scent. Sniff. Okay, I'm found. Whoops. Whoop. No, hang on. Where does that go? Down. I see it. Playing Twilight Princess all of a sudden. The best Zelda game, obviously. It's something I have now proven. Not proven. I didn't say my favorite Zelda game. Although... Oh, jeez, and now we have to go back? Oh my god, that really is... Oh my god, look at it. Look at it. I think I would actually put Twilight as my favorite. It still has its issues, but it's just... It's got so much good in it. The only one that would actually challenge Twilight for me is Link Between Worlds, I think. Link Between Worlds has less wrong with it than Twilight Princess does. Oh, apparently I think it's Chase Castle. And that's kind of like a really good thing. I talk well, as you can tell.
What if I trip? What if I trip into a season?
Echoes minus the blur would probably be pretty high up there. I don't think it would be that high up, though. I got the achievement, too. Yeah. Okay. If I were to rate the Zeldas, even in like an asterisky situation, I would probably still put both Majora's and Ocarina above Echoes. I don't know, I'd have to think about that, because Echoes was really good.
What is it?
Straight to the matter. Wayfinders waste no time on windy hellos. Pleasantries be damned.
I see Malice has gotten you up to speed on our communications.
She gifted it to me to keep in touch. A neat device, for sure.
So you waited for me to walk here when you could have called me.
And forego a chat face to face? When you're a stone's throw away? Besides, I imagine it gets tiresome being always reachable, and surely one needs uninterrupted time with their thoughts. Speaking of life's interruptions, my paw requires a favor. Some small task for which he finds you fit. Said to meet him in the lower waterfalls at an old place of ours. Making my way over now. I'll see you there. By the way, I'd make haste if I were you. My paw values promptness. Lateness won't anger him, but it surely won't impress him. I speak not from experience.
Thank you.
I heard things are going smoothly with the Lowlanders, Wayfinder. That's good.
His house down before a stern word crosses.
I'd love to talk. Probably best done in person.
We'll need to be quick. I have a standing invitation with the Claw. Might know about you-know-who.
Okay, real quick. To answer the Zelda question, I've been chewing on it, like putting real thought into it instead of just gut feeling. And I think I've changed my mind. I think I would still go Twilight and then Link Between Worlds. But I think a magically no blur Echoes would probably skip right into the number 3 slot. I was extremely impressed with that game. If it didn't give me a headache every minute I was playing it, it would be top 3 territory. As is, Majora's Mask, LTTP, and Ocarina are just kind of scooch their way up there instead. Like, I'll never replay Echoes, because I don't enjoy having headaches.
Moon Camp seems to be in working order. I was expecting at least some damage.
Up? Why? You just said it was down, game.
Don't know why we didn't glide it from the northern bay, though. Would have been a smoother journey.
We needed to maintain it.
It does still say it's down. Oh my god, this freak.
Ah, there you are. Tell me, how are the Lowland Coden?
They're a little skeptical, but welcoming. Some creature has them on edge.
My ward has reported the same, the good and the mysterious. Strangers pending. I'm glad it's going well. Now, as for your second mission, any sign of her?
Not yet. Though that barbed veil character definitely turned a few heads.
It's a journey, not a race. Haven't gotten much more out of Iskaran myself. I asked Dagda about her departure. Claims that it was a building reaction to the deaths of Voss and Akeem, former court members. Started isolating herself. She was detached from the rest of them, left a note before she fled. But that's all I've gotten so far. I'll let you know if anything else kicks up. Before you head back to the village, Fanak wanted to speak with you about something. A couple rift sightings outside of Moon Camp. Probably good to stay on top of that.
Cryptus, you think?
Maybe not. Could be the strangers. But I bet the Coden would appreciate it. Could swing them to joining the Alliance.
He's done talking. Sorry. These aren't bad cutscenes. I realized I could just pull up my Switch 2 right now. Pull up Echoes on it right now. And see if it's as bad. Lord knows several other games have gotten a hell of a boost on the Switch, too. Okay, is this down or here? Okay, this one's actually down. Great. I would say the Coda are distinct enough. The problem is they're not given enough screen time to really develop them. It's the Star Trek problem, right?
Listening.
And what are we listening for?
And it's gone.
Like, who are the most fleshed out Star Trek races? The ones that get the most screen time. Klingons, Cardassians, Bajorans, Quark. You get it, right? Quark, Ferengi. Yes, Quark is now a species. The ones that get the screen time get the most development. That's normal. Like, we talk about the Romulans. The Romulans don't really get a lot, despite being one of the big three. So, the Coda are interesting, but, like, really they have one very optional area in vanilla. And then this.
Wayfinder, thanks for stopping by. Know you're busy, but I'd like your eyes on this one.
Done. I'm watching.
Watching. We've had a few rift sightings in the area.
Tell me more.
Cryptist, but I'm not thrilled.
That's
something you can look into.
Yeah,
Of course.
I'm listening. Oh, what? Sorry. Is it seriously gonna make us do rifts? Oh my god, it is! The next step is to do rifts. You have got to be joking me. It's below us. Oh, pause. I lost it. Where is it? There it is. No, wait for me. No! Please give me credit. Please give me credit. God damn it. Had to have been, what, 2 seconds too slow there? Got that one here. Well, next. I do like skipping hearts, as I just demonstrated. It's actually the first time I've ever used one of those things. I need to pull the rest of those off of whoever I have those all. Oh, there it is. I see it from here. So where would Tears sit? What kind of asterisk are we giving Tears? Because I'd stand by the review, but the review's everything, right? Actually, Tears also scored really well, even in a review sense. It is very grindy. I will probably never play that game again without using the glitch. Hell, I've never played that game, period, without using the glitch. So. The thing is, and this sounds like a negative, and it kind of is, once I just decided to skip the grind, my enjoyment of that game skyrocketed. Like, there was so much good gameplay there to enjoy once I was past the running in a circle sections. But unfortunately, I lost Ross. And I don't want to lose this rift, too, so... Just sit here very patiently. I mean, the plateau is something that I... Oh, it's Brigham. The plateau is something that I can just pick up and play, you know what I mean? Honestly, I plan to hold on to my Tears save. Because something I wouldn't mind doing in a fantasy future where I actually have time, it's just popping into Tears and screwing around a bit, right? Trying different builds, maybe trying to do some of the challenges. Maybe I'm working my way towards 90%ing the game. I'm not getting those seeds. But everything else? I kind of wanted to do everything else, you know? Oh, Breath still scored quite well. Despite my issues with it. Is this just the same rift we were just at? I think it is. I think it literally is. Damn you, Giga. You've coiced us. I do find it funny you're saying that to me, Ross, considering how often I had to say that to you.
What the?
Oh my god, it's... Okay. Anyways, you didn't answer my question, Ross. What's the proviso? Because you asked where would tears land if we're adding asterisks. Hey, Ben, give me 1 second, please, 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 please. Because I'm kind of being spat upon with I don't know what. Titan. What that just said was use the Heart of the Obscure to draw out the Titan. Yeah, I was gonna say, these are literally called, like, Ruin Shards or Blighted Beasts, and I'm like, what are these? And it's like, pull out the Titan. What? Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, the Titans were a really big deal in... Say it with me, Giga. Yeah, no, that's...
Huh. Definitely not cryptis. But I'm not sure what they are. Thanks. I'll pass it up the chain.
Thanks, that's not what I would call helpful. Hey, a mastery point. Now what? Oh, go over here. Wait, where am I going? I'm going way over there. Okay. Hang on 1 second. Sorry, I really do want to test this. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Where's my, oh god, what are the buttons? Hang on, I need to make a bed bridge really quickly. Some of you will understand what I mean by that. Okay, so it is still there, but they have actually toned down the blur. They have, it's still there, it's still thing, but this game might have just drifted into replayability range. Because you remember, for those of you who were there, it was really bad. Like, one of the worst I've ever seen. I wish I could show this to you. I don't have my capture card. That is interesting. Huh. I'm going to make a note to myself, because I've already decided flat out that I don't mind reviewing some Switch games on the Switch too, and basically acknowledging the problem of the game, but then, you know, getting rid of the problem. You get where I'm going with that. That was actually a precedent we set a while ago the moment I agreed to cover the Pixel Remaster versions, because the Pixel Remaster versions are totally the original, but... So, I'm going to make a note here. Echoes of Wisdom. That's what we'll call that. Okay, so. Interesting. Now, hang on, since I'm behind on everything here, Ben One Eye is putting points. Yeah, exactly, PB Good Fate. That's we actually kind of already have precedence for that. Daggerfall Unity, Oblivion R, and ESO. You've got it. And thank you, as always, for being part of my show, Ben One Eye. So now I want to answer Kennex Cow's question. I think it was Kennex Cow. Favorite Star Wars video game? That's actually tougher than you'd think. Because that's a good term. I like that. Close this down. That's a really good question because there are not that many good Star Wars games in my opinion. And that's always been true. There have been occasional peaks of interest, but even the Star Wars games I have enjoyed over the years usually have giant asterisks attached to them to enjoy them. Like, I like TIE Fighter, except when it sucks, right? I enjoy Rebellion, except when it sucks. I enjoy Tor, except when it sucks. You get it, right? So, a favorite? That's actually kind of difficult to call. Now, it's probably Jedi Fallen Order as of this moment in time.
Just don't blame yourself.
Like, if you put a gun to my head, that's probably the one that would win that. It's the game with the fewest asterisks attached to it. It was just a legitimately really good Star Wars game. Hell, it was a really good game. Some of you who were there for that, yeah, there's our renown token. Some of you who were there for that, remember that the most common question we got asked constantly during the Jedi Fallen Order review was, well, is it good for EA, or is it a good game, period? I keep having to say, no, it's actually a good game. It still has issues, they all do, but, like, it was solid. Oh, hey! I recognize this. I've actually had a speech prepared for this for, like, a week now. Yep, nope, this is your home. This is housing, right here.
Ah, Wayfinder. Your punctuality is appreciated.
Sorry I'm late. The Astral Ward called me to check in on something.
A busy figure you must be. Don't worry. Pokey tells me of the positive impression you've made in town. He may seem adrift in his own world, but he's a keen observer. Takes after me in that regard. As you've proven rather neighborly, I've an offer to extend.
So,
this property on which you stand belongs to my family. In recent years, it's become unsuited to our needs. Rather than leave it in disrepair, I thought it might serve as a convenient home base during your stay. All I ask in return is that you tend to it. Admittedly, I've neglected my domestic responsibilities. Graciously, Pokey has tried to care for it on my behalf. But his pace of work has always been unhurried. Afraid he gets that from me as well. Have a look around then. See if the place suits you.
yeah, I'm almost tempted to ask Pax to log in just so I could show something off.
Oh, Wayfinder arrives. Bet this is a change from your typical to-dos. 1 minute waging battle, the next relegated to chores. Quite fortunate for us, though.
Oh,
This place has seen a lot, and so have we.
yes, Giga.
Been intending to ask my friends for a hand with all this, but a riveting offer it is not. Sparring? Nah, come help Pokey Dust. That's where the true fun resides. Sometimes I sneak up here, try to get a little done myself, but take my time with things I do. Every so often I fall into a swift pace, but Then I come across some remaining trinket of my mother's, and, well, I understand why my pa rather keep his distance from this place.
Yeah, hang on. Let me finish my tutorial. Here's your house section, then we'll look at other people's.
You found this here. This place is no longer home to me. But perhaps it can be for you. I have no need for it any longer. And I am certain it has none for me.
You bet your furry behind I'll take this homestead.
An explanation.
And there's housing.
Not owed. But it has been earned.
Oh.
This I made long ago for my mate. Silken Weir was her name. A small gift for bringing our little arrow into the world. As a cub, our son would paw at it and play when she held him. On one such occasion, I overheard her tell him, "One day, when you've grown strong and wise, like your paw, I'll make you this arrow's keeper. Then soar you shall, poised and unwavering, on a path of your own making. All these years, still, she makes me laugh, like your paw. When forever, it's been clear, the arrow of our lives, who I see more of in our son every day, was her. Then, Jormag came and went. And so did she.
Jesus, that's a line.
As I am. I thought she wore this piece off to battle. But clearly now, I see why she left it. For no matter what fate would befall her, her promise to our son she'd keep. That she made sure of. When my son finds himself sickened by grief, I tell him, allow the feeling. Let it wash over you. For when the tide recedes, and it will, it weakens, till it has no power left with which to pull you. I tell him this while I stand ashore, with my own back turned to the sea.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Can I comment on that line really quick? Like, that's an insanely well-written line that just kind of worked perfectly for the setting. And then Jormag came and went, and so did she. That says everything right there. Good God. That's a termite? Jesus Christ. I don't want to live on this place anymore. There's drakes here? Of course there's drakes here. Well, he was talking about his wife. He never says she's dead, because that was actually decently written. But it's pretty clear that she died in the fight against Jormag. The specifics aren't even mentioned, and they don't need to be. That's sort of my point.
nearly finished. Almost done.
Also, this right here is something I've been waiting for a long time. The Warclaw has now officially surpassed the Raptor, because now I can do insane crap like that. Well, I didn't actually quite make it. Now, if I finish leveling Warclaw, which I do plan to do, I will get increased regen for all mounts, including this one. So stamina bar comes back quicker. Yeah.
Shaping up quite nicely. Though a bit of decoration would give it a true feeling of home. You'd be wise to speak with Deft Lahar, our homestead master. Decoration is one of the lowlands' finest traditions. Quite fond of it myself. I'll be happy to provide suggestions. Been told I have an eye for this sort of thing.
So, really quick. Well, no, I guess I can hold on. Never mind, hang on. Ah, too far, too far. We'll wait until we've actually unlocked the thing. Enjoy the luncheoning. Kennex cow. Oops. So there's the Pyx. We don't have the Giga, though.
Yeah?
Your leader sent me. I'm fixing up an old home of his.
So Ald's finally doing something about that place. Huh. And you're helping? Told him 1,000 times I'd help. But no, rather trust some sentient bush. Well, tough. Every homesteader in town needs materials for their pet projects.
Who's there?
No one.
Talking to someone you are. My ears are far sharper than yours.
No one worth a bother.
Jesus, okay. Use your Warclaw to topple trees. Okay. Maybe Evo. Let's knock over some trees. This is how you chop down trees, right? Come on. Nope. Okay, there it goes. But yeah. I know, right? This is all very low tier, like breather expansion, but also Titans. So Titans were extra dimensional entities, demons, put very simply, from Guild Wars 1. And they were bad. You may or may not remember several times, even in this very game, several Char, including Ritlock, have said that they killed their gods. The Titans were their gods. It was a whole campaign to knock those suckers over. It took a lot of work, a lot of effort, and coordination across multiple different organizations with multiple bits of different types of magical enchantment. I'm not sure I ever finished all those story arcs, because some of the post-game Titan stuff was mean.
To the ball.
Yeah, no, some of those fights were absolutely bonkers. I remember we went back at least once we'd figured out the game a lot more, and had heroes instead of henchmen, and we still were like, eh. You know, I could go up here normally, but I can also do this. Or not, apparently. Get back here. What's a goodie bag? Ah, there we go. Alright, Tara, I won't say hi to you, just for you. I got codon cache keys. Cache key, I suppose. Well, there's some Mersant runestones. Interesting.
This is the only proper course.
Make some room really quick. There we go. Ahem. 100 of them for the spear. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, Tara. I do sympathize a great deal. Discord bots are horrible. Do you have any idea how you got caught? How they grabbed you? I guess this one didn't share. Okay. Look, we always need ectos. I do think it was actually smart of the developers to pretty much always keep ectos relevant.
Hey, Springer, maybe of you?
Yeah, Mystic Coins, too. Because those have both been around since vanilla, I think.
Huh? You did all that?
Yeah.
Oh, that fast?
Huh?
Got work ethic, that I'll give you. What are you fixing to craft, exactly?
Well, the place could use pretty much everything.
That bad, huh? Start with the basics, then. How about a bed? Simple, practical, and if you screw it up, you won't have far to fall when the thing collapses. Now, I can give you instructions, but I can't build the damn thing for you. 'Tis the beauty of crafting. So try your hand. You get stuck, do like us lowland. Look around. No better builder than nature. Shapes, angles, patterns, all intentional, all ripe with purpose. Take birds' nests. Don't see the birds sleeping on slats of wood, huh? So you might want to follow suit. Lucky for you, best weaver in the town is right behind me. I'd still deem her best even if she weren't right behind me.
Wouldn't bet my last bit of thread on it. Here your bed's a bit bare. Nothing to fret over. There's plenty of patterns a novice could weave well enough. Know what you're thinking. How could such unwieldy paws weave so delicate a pattern? The trick is in the tips of the claws, perfect for detailed work. Some fine things come from places overlooked, Now let's see. Perhaps... Oh, I know just the one. Used in many a tradition. Consummation of mates, coming of age. Symbolizes new beginnings. Yes, she'll do right by you both.
There.
Best make haste now. Ald will be waiting on you. Wish him well for me.
And tell him he's hard-headed as they come about asking for help. But good on him for finally letting some light in.
Okay, so... Hi, Riker's Beard. I'm just falling behind here. Like, I've still got questions I haven't even answered yet because people won't shut up in the game. God, all this voice acting. I wish there wasn't voice. I'm kidding. God, that'd be so much worse. I do hope you have a good day, Record Spirit, regardless of what format it takes. So if you're paying attention, one of the things I wanted to comment on is this mastery is crafting. Crafting, 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 crafting. Crafting, crafting, crafting. This whole thing is crafting. Now, this is almost assuredly based, at least in part, on FF14. But they did reach out to... I actually mentioned this casually earlier. They reached out to several of the developers of Sims 4 and poached them, because EA, in order to try and get them working on this. And so some of the developers of Sims 4 worked on housing for this specific thing. And adding a crafting tree to housing is actually a pretty smart move when it comes to any MMO. Because, I'm trying to think how to put this into simple words. Obviously, you want to sell some of the stuff with real money because you want to make that dough. But if you make the entire housing fulfills a very specific niche in game design. It's supposed to be the thing that you spend the most time on. I know that sounds strange to structure it that way, but you know what I'm talking about. Even in single-player games, this tends to be true. Games that actually have a proper housing mechanic. It's supposed to be the thing that you do. There may or may not be an end goal, but generally speaking, there isn't an end goal. The end goal is however you want to set it up. And yeah, in Guild Wars 2 parlance, it's kind of the equivalent of the Legendaries or the Sky Scale. It's the thing you do. And you go and I mean, WoW is going to become like this in a few months here. So it makes perfect sense that they would try to monetize it, and they do. Let's just look here. Let's see if it does that. Nope. Okay. How about... Here we go. So, yeah, as you can see, they do monetize stuff. Like, for example, they monetize a skybox for your homestead. And, you know, and there's, like, certain specific items you can build for your homestead. You know, stuff like that. There's some specific furniture stuff. So they do monetize it a bit. But if it was just monetized, it wouldn't work. I know that sounds so weird, but it's true. You want your players to be invested in the house, then you bill them for it. I know how evil this sounds, but it's true. You need to give the players the ability to work towards and develop on their house, regardless of spending money on it. Otherwise, all you're doing is putting a giant gate at the door and saying, keep out. And you will make less money unless people will be engaged in your feature and actually enjoy it. So you want people to actually be able to engage with the housing regardless of spending real money on it. So, crafting. Whole new crafting profession thing here. Which, I'm trying to remember where this actually is. Up there it is. Boop. Handiworker. Yep, see? So I need 30 refined homestead wood. Now, I'm not actually sure how to get that. Let's see. Also true, Reikersbeard. Oh, thanks. Okay, so hang on. So I need more refined homestead, and I need 8 honey flowers. Okay.
I've already started stockpiling honey for Torber. Nothing beats a spoonful of honey on a cold winter's day.
I thought I saw one up here just a minute ago, but now of course I'm second guessing myself. Just because I'm curious. Yeah, we can see Pax's home. Hang on. I kind of wanted to get to the point where I could see my home. Like, actually see my home. But it looks like it's going to be more of a grind than I thought to get to that point. So let me grab this mastery really quick. And let's go ahead and look at other people's homes. So you saw the default home, right? That was the story instance. We couldn't even interact with it yet. So Pax, why don't you go ahead and pop yours down? It's okay, he just has to be in the zone to do it. We'll get dragged along with him. See? Yeah, I like it too. So, as you can see, barely different. He's got an ice thing over there. What he does have, he's got a pinata, which I'm going to grab. If you don't have these hero points, you should probably go ahead and grab them. Gonna go and grab all these while we're here. So, yeah, you'll notice that these are instanced, just like they are out in the world. So, you could just, this is the benefit. You could just pull someone in and they can gain access to these sort of things. Like Mr. Gwiggles. Oh, Mr. Gwiggles. If you want to get cookies, they're from this guy right here. They cost a bit of karma and about a gold, and this gives you experience in Janthir for whatever master trick you're currently at once a day. Oh, hey. Homestead refinement. Interesting. Hatched chili peppers, if you need them. Oh, there we go. Yes, I would like to refine some homestead wood. Let's see. I only have 500 of these. So, do not show again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Yeah, so these crafting things that PAX has generously been allowing me to gather from. Well, some people who have way, 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 way more stuff set up will be like, hey, come on in, and let people, you know, harvest off of all of the expensive, insane endgame stuff they have. Hang on, Giga. I'll come over there in just a second. Need to finish harvesting all of these delicious resources here. Don't you mine for candy corn? Isn't that how you get candy corn? For what it's worth, I do think it was the right move, allowing players to jump into someone else's instance and profit off of it. It's very Guild Wars 2. Pro-community, right? It gives some people a deliberate motivation to try and buff up whatever nodes they have access to, which I should mention, some of these nodes are not easy to get a hold of. Like, PAX has a decent number. There's so much more than this. So gives you more reason to go out in the world and keep doing the hard collections, and it can become a guild thing. You know, certain guilds specifically have, hey, here's this thing, and that thing, you know. And yeah, it's exactly, it's like the same general co-op. What, Giga? What's the problem? I don't see any issues here. But yeah, no, in an MMO that encourages people to group up, it makes perfect sense to encourage you to group up at houses too. Now, I mean no disrespect to PAX, but you see how relatively level has been done with the place. Now, you can, but it's mostly just the same area, right? Although, there's a bunch of cats over here for some reason. And, like, there's this strange thing over here. I'm not sure what this is. Hang on. Let's go up to the cafe console here. Oh, I can't interact with it. I can't interact with it. There we go. So, this is a thing. Okay, I'll get you some water. I'll get you an apple juice thing. I'll get you a toy. There you go. More food. There we go. Another toy. They're the cafe testers. I mean, you joke, Riker's Beard, but as I think I've talked about a few trillion times, I've slowly come to realize, well, slowly, I am past the point of realization now that when we say MMO, there's actually two types of games we're talking about. Guild Wars 2 happens to straddle the line, probably on accident, if we're just being honest with ourselves. So yeah, this is the Cafe. The Cat Cafe. Now, there is a specific thing to do to make those cats instead of adorable little dragonlings, but that's another thing. So that's why there's a bunch of cats over here. See? And there's some fishing spots if you want to do that. And then inside, we've got absolutely nothing. No, I'm kidding. I'll actually show you what's inside. Hang on. Behold the incredible visual. So, there's the spear. You know, this spear. There's Twilight. Sigh. I forget what that one is. And I forget what that one is. And I forget what that one is. He literally told me this like 3 days ago. I completely forget what all these are. This is his legendary armor. He's shown me the poses for these. These are hysterically bad. They do not have good poses for legendary armor available. It was Mordramoth, the Shatterer, Chakrant, and Bottle. And yeah, who's this loser who's from Guild Wars 1? If you talk to him, he'll play music from Guild Wars 1.
Initiating music playback.
Actually, a much more recognizable music would probably be, I think, this one.
Initiating music playback.
No kidding, Asmaristar. It does keep coming up. Anyways, that's kinda it. No offense to PAX, obviously. But that is basically what he's done here. So he set up a few things. Oh yeah, sorry, this is actually cool too. There's two cool things I forgot to show off. First of all, your current mount skins are all set up over here. Whatever their skin is currently set to. So you can see which skin he prefers to use. Second of all, are they there right now? They might not be. Hang on. He might have moved them back to his, No, I don't think so, Colvin. Okay, they're parked. Yeah, okay. So, if you park your alts here, they will be roaming around your homestead in whatever their current transmog is. Just hanging out. And where's... Hold on right now, he's over here. Oh, those. Yes. So, I actually talked about this. In fact, I'm pretty sure I told this to Mr. Ed. So you can buy Black Lion Mastery coffers, okay? They are a scam. Do not buy them. I actually bought a couple for the purposes of testing. The way it works is each coffer gives you a random elixir of heart experience, or something like that. Not heart experience. Mastery experience for one of the expansions. It is random. It may or may not be an expansion you give a crap about. If you decide to go ahead and do that, and you will find that the amount of experience they give you is absolutely minuscule, to the point of being pathetic. So, cost a decent amount of points, random for which mastery you get, and doesn't give a lot anyways. Or to answer your question in simplicity, Colgrim, yes, I did do that. Well, ironically, I'm not the person to ask that, Tara, because I didn't set up that server. Although I set up the other servers, I suppose. What are you trying to ask? Anyways, now we need to see Giga's house. And we all know what Giga's going to do with her house. I've seen the horrors. It even sounds intimidating, doesn't it? The Giga house. It's okay. They've never abandoned content in this game before. Let me get a turtle here. They will never abandon anything in this game. Hang on, let me pull up my Jade bot here. So, Giga's house looks slightly different. If you poke around, you can kind of see how she did it and where things are lined up. I feel like she likes Super Adventure Fun Time. There's Mox again.
Initiating music playback.
I am with you, Reckerspirit, for what it's worth. I meant what I said. In fact, I said I have a speech about housing, so let's talk about that briefly. Because housing as a mechanic, housing as a concept, is different from having a house in a video game. I know that sounds like a duh, or like a strange sentence, but it's an important distinction. Because, let me use a specific example of what I mean by this. How many of you really delved into the housing mechanic in Skyrim? You'll notice I'm not raising my hand, but... Oh, we're losing the illusion a little bit here. There are mods for that, which I did more than the actual official thing. Now, I'm bringing this up for a reason. Let me flip this question a little bit. Let's say you're playing Skyrim. Where's your home base? Like, what's your home in Skyrim? Whiterun. Most people will answer Whiterun. I swear I'm going somewhere with this. A lot of game developers don't understand that giving the player a place to develop and design and build isn't really housing in the concept sense of the word. Not to the same extent and not for the same purposes. And it's because of the fact that what you need is for housing to be a thing, the player needs to actually feel like, okay, there's actually several things. So they need to feel like it's a place they care about, for whatever reason. It could be the visuals, could be the audio, could be the NPCs, could be the position, could look pretty, could be a place where they have it, like a particular vendor they care about, whatever. It needs to be a place they go to frequently. Something in the game encourages the player to keep going back there, to have some kind of purpose in being there. Yeah, it also needs to be relatively convenient. Now, it doesn't have to be super convenient, but at the same time, I was thinking about this. Over at Ashron's Call, my home, for the longest time, was actually Eastham. But after Eastham, it was the Singularity Call, which means nothing to any of you, but it's this super ultra optional high-end zone in the middle of hell. And you're probably thinking, why was that your home base? Because I could get there with one portal spell, which I could cast from anywhere. Boom. I'm home. You're getting what I'm going at with all this, right? That was my home. I should mention Ashron's Call had a housing mechanic. Exactly, Recker's Word. Housing as a concept Yeah, Subnautica nails this pretty well. Housing as a mechanic, housing as a concept, has to do with more than just a place that you can set up and build in. Frankly, I think Bethesda has failed at this several times. Same question, where's your home in Oblivion? Coral, by the way. Although I am always fond of the sky of the Nord town that I can't name of right now. This is another reason I'm pretty thankful for what WoW is doing, because it looks like WoW is doing this properly. Big asterisk on that. We'll hope. We'll see. It's also why I think FF14, frankly, kind of fails at this exact same concept. Your home in FF14 is... It fails at basically all of these things. Everything that is required for being a good housing concept. No, dude, Riker Spirit, for real. Have you seen the housing stuff in a while? It's insane. It looks like it's really, really, really good. Because, and I can point to how you do a bad housing in a while, and that's garrisons. Garrisons were mandatory, sure, and you went back through them multiple times, but they failed at several other aspects of it, including the fact that they, didn't really have the community element, which was more or less mandatory. The same thing that this game actually succeeded at. But I'm sorry. I'm going down the rabbit hole a bit. My point is, housing as a concept in game design isn't necessarily a place you customize and build up. Plenty of games have a place that you would call, this is my home, without ever actually having a housing mechanic. Right? Hang on one second. Starfield had your ship, which we did talk about, and the way that worked. Why do they, like, whisper while they're doing that? It's so strange. So, to use... Sorry, I was just checking something really quick. To use another example of what I'm talking about, yeah, Starfield also does have planet-side property. It was really dumb. Final Fantasy VI, my home is Miranda. Now, I know that sounds like a really weird place to pick for my home, but if you know anything about FF6, you're probably sitting there thinking, yeah, that makes sense. Right outside is where you can hunt cactuars and the hoovers, right? It also happens to be pretty close to several things that I go to semi-regularly at that point of the game. It's also extremely visually distinct. I don't even have to glance at the map to be able to be like, boom, there's Miranda, done. It also happens to have an inn right in the front door. So you walk in, go to inn, rest, recover, right back out, just like that. I'm using that as an example because my point is that even SNES games still have the concept of housing, even if they don't really have, the insanity that is Gigapudding. Also, the illusion's ruined. It's ruined. Here, let me fix the illusion. There we go. Illusion fixed. We're good. We're good. How long did it take you to get all this Giga? I'm actually curious. Was this all, like, from... I'm trying to think how to phrase this question. Is this all just stuff you got? Or was any of this crafted? But yeah, several people mentioned the Normandy. Actually, I know several people think specifically of the bridge of the Normandy as their home. Things like that, right? Yeah, it's a whole thing. So, obviously, there's another layer to this when it comes to MMOs, because in MMOs, you want other people to be involved in your house, right? You want to be able to show off. You want to be able to share. And this is, once again, one of the things I wanted to give Guild Wars 2 is the fact that there is a gameplay benefit for having other people give access to your house, like I just showed off over in Pax's house, is a good example of that. Yeah. Dude's wife is like, what's going on with my husband's home? Oh my god, what is happening here? I'm so confused. Why are they so low pixels? What's a I don't even know what a pixel is. I'm gonna go steal this treasure. My treasure. No. Hey, no, wait, my treasure. There we go. Treasure. got? Giga, I stole your treasure. But I did not steal that adorable owl up there. Do you see him? Do you see him? Give it about 4 months, Mook. What's a pixel? The portals call to me. Yeah, I'm not actually joking, Mook. When Riker's Beard and I were referencing how amazing the new housing looks, it's not a joke. It looks really freaking good. I am legitimately hyped for it. I have friends who are going to be resubbing for the housing mechanic. And we already know that you can craft and loot and find all kinds of housing stuff in the rest of the world, like in all older stuff. So we're going to start doing raids and dungeons and all kinds of things to go get housing items from the world. Because, yeah. No, it looks great. It looks great. As a fresh reminder, they're showing all this off on August 20th at Gamescom. I will probably be restreaming that, assuming I'm not on the road at the time. And yeah, they're going to be like everything else in WoW. They're going to be, it's a menu thing, like the transmogs. So, sorry, getting off topic, I apologize. What I'm trying to say is, this is pretty good. And by pretty good, I mean really good. I do think this counts as part of the MSQ. They do shove you right into the housing. So even though this, usually housing would be part of the other game, honestly, I think in this case it qualifies. Now, being able to bring other people, being able to put gameplay benefits in, being able to set up cosmetic-y stuff, being able to access it from anywhere, being able to pull anyone in from anywhere, as in zone line. All of that's good stuff. That's all fantastico. So let's go ahead and jot down some honest, very desperately needed gameplay positives here. Shall we? This is the first gameplay positive I've given this expansion. We'll put this in our mini-game. And I'm also going to give a bonus positive for the co-op feature that we already mentioned. So, Bragwin asks about replacing stuff. This is a good question. This is part of why I kind of was hesitating to show off Pax's and Gigas, because I wanted to get to mine. So, let's get to mine, shall we? Let's scoop ahead a little bit, because there is a negative baked into this housing, unfortunately. And it's probably, this is going to sound so stupid, the biggest reason why I'm more enthused for WoW's housing than any other is the feature I'm about to show you that Guild Wars 2 does wrong. As soon as I kill this thing. Just give me a minute. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Everything's fine. Don't get a tag on it. Someone's dead. Oh, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Okay. Oh, neighborhoods is such a great idea. But no, Huthor is correct. We actually have plenty of information that WoW has been working on housing for actual years at this point. Which makes sense. I've seen what they've done. It's insanity. We are assuming WoW isn't going to screw it up. I will freely admit, for the first time in my life, I have faith that WoW is not going to screw it up. Okay, so I need to make a traditional code in bed. So let's go back over to crafting. I craft a lot. No. Hello. What am I missing? 8 honey flowers. Where the hell do I get honey flowers? Buy more at the trading post. That's where I get them. I need 8 of these stupid things. Gimme. Buy instantly. Yes, please. Thank you. This is when you tell me there's no trading posts here. Because why would there be a trading post here? There's no trading post. Okay, okay. It's okay. I got this. Wait, Colgrim says to go. Where's Colgrim? Where's Colgrim? Oh, there you are. No, exactly, Mook. That's pretty much exactly what I mean. WoW has been a very asterisky game for its entire existence. For basically the first time, I have a degree of faith that the current team has the management and the skill to actually know what the hell they're doing. And, yeah. Whoop! Thank you, Colgrim. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so I have the materials to make a traditional Kodan bed. So let's go ahead, pop this, and travel, and this, yep. So warp all you in. Yeah, modern WoW has been firing on all pistons, and it will eventually stop. They will eventually screw up. It'll eventually be bad.
Hopefully Har was receptive to your interest in his craft. Or at least tolerant.
He was glad to hear you're getting the place in order.
Okay, so, Lumbermill. See, that's insane, Uthor. There we go. Okay, so... Oh, you can just buy them for 6 gold. Yeah, okay, I've already done this. That's actually amusing, Colgrim. Traditional Kogan bed. Craft. Okay, so, you ready for negatives? Behold the interface. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's so spaghetti. Okay. I've seen packs doing this, so I've kind of already knew what I was getting in for here. Yeah, of course it's skills. What else would it be? Okay, so we've got place, move, rotate, scale, alignment, place new, modify existing, and erase existing. There's a reset, there's use last, there's a flying mode, which is exactly what it sounds like. Where's Bragon? Hello. Alright, select decoration and stop decorating. So, we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so the basic thing is whatever. I like to sleep outside, of course, in the dirt. So we'll just kind of put it over here, like this. There we go, perfect. But you know what? I kind of want to edit it, so let's edit. And this is... You remember how I've mentioned before that it was very difficult? No, I don't mean to be so difficult, Evo. Oh, that makes sense, Coleman. So, yeah, something I've complained about the entire game is the interface... It has no interpretation layer to the program. It feels like a game from the mid-aughts. So when you pull up this menu, if you are off by a pixel like that, you click the wrong thing. Most of you probably know what I'm talking about, even if you've never really processed what's happening. You need to click the exact part of the thing exactly right, and the exact collision range, like the selection range of everything, is usually designed based on its actual emblem. And so there's times when you're like, huh? And it's just a little bit awkward and a little bit weird to navigate, right? Most of you understand what I'm talking about here. Yeah, buttons need to be bigger, button needs to be more spread out. Like right now, you'd think I'd be mousing over the chest, but I'm not. It's actually this, because of the way it's designed. So that's the first part of the problem, is you have that problem now with these little interactions. Now we could move up to the air. I do like the... This is where it used to be thing, so you can kind of compare and contrast. But as you can see, there's some issues, I think is the way I'm going to describe that. Yeah, that's actually a good way to put that, Uthor. Better than what I was describing. Okay, so hang on. So let's go... Let's just make my bed... Let's try to get my bed over here. So I'm going to want to do this. And then this. There we go. I mean, as with all interfaces, you get used to it. But this is a very, very spaghetti interface. Okay, so now we want to rotate. There we go. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's almost perfect. Hang on, a little bit more this way, a little bit more this way. And then let's scooch this way. And here we go, perfect. I don't know about you, but I'm a big guy, and I need a big bed. Oh yeah, also, I'm pretty sure they can't see anything that I'm doing here. Yeah, so I have to actually finalize, which is that. And now they can see it. Listen. I'm currently unable to mount. Oh, because I'm decorating. Right. Listen, I'm really tired. Oh god, I'm so tired. I can't even get into bed. I can't get into bed. No! My recurring nightmares. Hey, get off my bed! Get off my bed, you whippersnappers! Well, I say, get out of my bed! Oh, there we go. Perfect. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Imagine a pillow fight with pillows bigger than you are. But yeah, just to demonstrate what I was talking about briefly. So if I, like, move this sucker over here, it's still here, right? Like, in the actual world, it hasn't moved. Where's the reset? There we go. No, not... Oh, that's... no. No? Okay. Stop. Undo. Is there not an undo? Is there just a cancel? Okay, we'll just cancel. Yeah, apparently that's the solution, is cancel. There we go. No, it's fine, Giga, it's fine. I've seen worse interfaces. I'm not going to double down too bad on that. They're not great. But I do like how much you can do with it. I do like that it's actually valuable. And I do like that it's co-op friendly. So, yay! I don't know how much I'm going to get into housing in this game. You have literally watched me unlock it. So I've just started with the housing in this game. And WoW is getting housing later this year. So, I do like it. I do appreciate it. I do think it was the right move. If anything, it says something that they hadn't even thought about putting together a housing mechanic when they were going to put this game on maintenance mode. Having said that, there are two big things. Records Beard already mentioned one of them. This may or may not be something that becomes an evergreen feature. In other words, something that they keep supporting going down the road. Now, if they're smart, they will. Similar to mounts. Mounts were an evergreen feature. Mounts have never stopped being relevant. Housing shouldn't. I meant what I said. Housing is... It is honestly a pillar of MMO design. If you look back at all the old big three, EverQuest, Ultima Online, and Asheron's Call, they all had housing. They all had housing as a concept. They all had housing as the mechanic where you can customize your own place. You need this kind of a thing to set it up for long-term purposes. Now... I think I'm going to stop there. Let's just move on. Oh, I literally have to place the bed inside? Whoops. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Let me grab the bed. Okay, come with me, bed. Come with me. Zoop. There we go. Apparently, Tara. So I've seen, yeah, no kidding, Archersburg. Some of them were completely empty, but they were there. There are two ways that I have seen to gain new stuff. One is obviously progress the crafting. The other is to do achievements. Achievements get you access to recipes. Recipes give you access to new stuff. Now, I do know that, like most of the other game of Guild Wars 2, if you want the good stuff, Here's a week of your life. Let's go commit to that. That did not count. That quest not completed. It's right here, game. Look. So in other words, it's go and do lots of it's legendaries, if you know anything about legendaries. Can I still feel a pee in this bed? Yes. Alright, hang on. What in the world? Okay, let's hit that reset button, which is this. And let's see if that does it. Nope. Wow, okay. How about if I just put it in the air up here? Okay, I was kind of hoping in the air would work, because that would be funnier. How about here? Uh-huh. Okay. You know what? I bet you I know what's going on. Hang on. I do legitimately have an idea, so let's get rid of it. Okay. Now let's place it.
I have not seen this pattern in
I had to place it, not move it into. Place it.
at Willow as well, then. Pokey, does that blanket look familiar?
We had one, yes? On your bed. You and Ma. Forgot all about that.
A gift from a dear friend. For two young lovers embarking upon a life together. Funny how life can sprout anew from seeds long buried.
Yeah, what are you doing on my bed? Get on my bed.
A fitting choice, Wayfinder. One of many to come, I'm sure. As you continue making this place yours, my only request is that you keep our village close to heart. Any additions, mines, farms, lumber mills, and the like, can be of greater good to your community. May your new beginning here serve you well.
Remember nestling my way between you and Ma for warmth. Imagine me trying that now.
You've grown so much. We'd scarce have space to sneeze.
Hang on, looking outside. Oh my god! Hang on. Before we do that... This is the official sound for my house. Aw. So, Pax made a joke. I think it was literally last night. He said, God, that's terrible. He said, what is the best video game soundtrack? And then, like, before he could finish the joke, I immediately said, and without hesitation, because I put thought into this, Final Fantasy VI. And he was like, no, you've ruined the joke, you suck. Regardless of my personal biases, which I absolutely have, I do legitimately think that FF6 is absolutely in the running for one of the most well-designed gaming soundtracks ever made. almost every single song, I would go so far as to say every single song in that game, is incredibly well crafted and clearly designed to pull a specific feel or tone or theme or character into a scene. Often they're actually designed for specific scenes. And they are very, very brilliant from a technical perspective, as well as from just like the notes on the page. And that's before we discuss Dancing Mad, which is a technical insanity. I cannot believe that Dancing Mad exists. Yeah, no, Uematsu has done interviews saying that FF6 was going to be it. Like, that was the big finale. The end of his career. Anyways, off the deeper end, ask me something. So, the problem is, I don't actually know how to give you a short version of the question you're asking, because the answer is do everything. Like, absolutely everything. Don't give away... Like, I've given away too much about what time zone I live in, so, you know, whatever. But don't give away the state you live in. Don't give away the city you live in. Don't talk about local establishments. Don't give away names. Don't give away your address. Don't give away your name. Never let anyone send anything to you. Never let anyone figure out your phone number. Never let anyone figure out your email. Make a burner email whose only purpose is to be your public email. Stuff like that. That's the kind of basic stuff. And yeah, I actually had a UPS, what do you call it? Post office box or whatever, specifically for any business-related stuff. I don't right now because I'm in the middle of moving, but I will have one again once I am finished moving. I use that for everything. It's worth noting. I don't give out my address in general. So, how's reconnaissance doing?
Was gonna ask you the same thing, but you've secured us a new base of operations. Screw dragon hunting and world saving. You were destined for diplomacy.
No kidding. Could use a little love and more greenery, but I mustn't be picky. It's lovely. And things are going well, actually. While you've bonded with the Claw and his son, we've been getting to know the village.
Kaith is good at kissing babies and letting the Coden coo at her foliage. I've collected more intel on their situation. Remember those strangers that Poised Arrow mentioned? Well, they're the talk of the town.
The cub's instructor did warn the little ones away from the woods. In the moment, I thought it was a standard warning.
People are being cautious, that much is clear. I'll see what else I can gather.
Now. Imperator, don't look so pleased with yourself. Trailing our hosts. Shame.
Hey, I'd do the same to you. Trust is a two-way street. If we're eating their food, I want to see what it's made of.
How do we plant choyas? Oh, never mind. Perfect. Giga, plant yourself. We're going to plant some quaggin, too, while we're here. I should mention, by the way, to be very clear about my terminology, because some people misunderstand when I say that I think FF6 is the best gaming soundtrack. It's not my favorite. It's not the songs that I put at the absolute top of the list as far as personal preference. I mean, I think from a review perspective, from the perspective of design and construction and usage and presentation and direction. That's why I say I think FF6 has the best. I can think of several other games that have a better soundtrack from a purely personal preference perspective. Oh man, we need Aurene to just like lay on that mountain over there and just kind of get bigger every patch. I suppose we should continue the MSQ.
Thought you'd still be here. I'm interrupting.
No. Just saying our goodbyes. Rude it is to overstay in another's home.
Indeed. Wayfinder, you can really pull a place together.
Yep, choyas in a giant bed.
Envious myself.
I came to pass along a message from Barbed Veil. She requests your presence at the hunting outpost, a bit west of here.
What does she need?
Believe it has to do with the Journeykin. She'll provide you the details.
Older. Perky. Take whatever time here you need. My home is always open to you.
Already the Wayfinder makes for a better neighbor than those obnoxious trolls.
What are you two doing up there?
Is this the gift Willow made?
Near identical. Seems she taught the pattern to the Wayfinder. Sharp as her weaving claws, that one. I buried the original when it became clear that its symbolism was no longer appropriate.
I'm sorry.
Perhaps that's not entirely accurate. Truthfully, a new beginning is precisely what I need. I'm getting too old for this.
I know exactly what you mean.
At the very least, I do owe Har and Willow a visit. Maybe Willow could weave me some new pattern.
Any ideas?
Perhaps we could ponder it together.
Oh. I'm sure we can figure something out.
I'm kicking out of my bed. Jesus. My personal favorite... So, okay, there's actually 3 answers for that. Because the first 2 are cheating. Did it really, Culver? That is hysterical. Answer number 1 and 2... I'm not joking. Answer number 1 and 2 are both cheating. They are WoW and Final Fantasy XIV. Pound for pound, both MMOs just have absolutely insanely good soundtracks. But again, like most other things, it's cheating. MMOs are just different, because if you really break it down, MMOs are multiple games slammed into one. Yeah, MMOs. FF14 does have machinations. Yeah, let me play it again for you, just so you know.
Our paths cross again, Wayfinder. Welcome to our hunting outpost. Here we prepare game to feed our village, as well as foster wildlife. Take only what can be repaid. That is our motto. Yet the tundra is not so benevolent. Nature's temperament is both nurturing and brutal. Generations spent here have taught us kinship is key to survival. And we lowlands have found no better friend than the Journeykin. It'd do you well to spend some time bonding with them. The best friendships are worth the time. In the case of Journeykin, it can mean the difference between life and death.
Got it. Do a heart. Hey, dude. Oh no. Where's the vendor? Where's the vendor? No, don't make me do this heart. It's the worst. I've actually done this heart before. It's the worst heart in the game.
The Tundra calls. Will you join me in my hunt?
No, I need to go get a honey flower.
Vast Kodev, hunting master. You seek a bond with the Journeykin as us Coden have. Then do as we do. Earn their trust as partner during hunts, while also taking care to bond with them during downtime.
Damn it. I can't...
Wisdom courses in these creatures' veins. Treat them
I
as
can't skip it. I can't skip it.
will be requited.
I have 4 hearts, but I can't spend them here. Whatever.
Save some scraps from your next hunt. Makes for a fine Journey Kit treat.
I do like how they call it scat, by the way. Just to skip by the sensors there. I mean, War Within has had some crazy good music, but it's, wow. You know? Like I said, it's cheating. Let's round out the deeper end. Editor. With the vision stunker. Alright, you. Did you... Why would you jump away from me? You're a melee. Oh, you're not a melee. Never mind. It all makes sense. That's why. Sorry, I just realized something. That's what I thought. There we go. Now I'm the right build. Sorry, I noticed it wasn't working right. That's because I just switched my weapons back on my build. That's that I can tell. Wow, I have no progress. Oh, this freaking heart. Okay, I need to AFK for a minute. I was kind of wanting to finish the heart first. Yeah, let me give you a nice shot of, like, the distance or something. I'll be right back. Yes? Yes? Can I help you? I feel like he wants something. What do you want? What do you want? Oh, hey, there's a convergence. I didn't know convergences even happen in Janthir. Convergences. Are you gonna move so I can move one? Okay, there we go. So anyways.
The Hunter calls. Will you join me in my hunt?
No.
Caldera, hunting master. You seek a bond with the Journeykin as us Coden have.
Don't forget the
Then
fun
do as
part.
we do.
Clean up
Earn
those
their trust as
Journeykin
partners during hunts, while also taking care to bond with them during downtime. Wisdom courses in these creatures' veins. Treat them as such, and that respect.
I've decided to kill this entire planet. Irene, I need you to detonate it. We're done here. We're done. Yeah, speaking of which, good news. Soon-ish, the brother-in-law will take the cat away, and that'll be the end of that.
The Hunter calls. Will you join me in my hunt?
No, trust me, this is a good thing. Jokes and memes aside, that cat deserves better than a 15-hour car ride.
Wayfinder, Mr. Spot.
See, I don't believe you now, Giga. Trying to lead me astray here.
Save some scraps from your next hunt. Makes for a fine journey kit treat.
Oh my god. I mean, nobody thought... The whole reason the cat is here is because nobody thought it would be acceptable to try and hire a cat... What do they call this? Like a cat hotel? You know, the long-term stuff. The stuff you set up for weeks or months. Ignoring the fact that those are stupidly expensive.
A sure way to make fast friends of the journey kit.
Let me move. In addition to the obvious cost involved, like that's just a bunch of strangers. And a whole bunch of other cats. I'm not sure he would enjoy that very much. It's an interesting sword. Hey, Mr. Ed, I found your sword. Oh shoot, I gotta find it quick. Quick. What is that thing? Vine Lord Edgebloom. Look at that thing, Mr. Ed. Wow.
Fresh game is a journey kit favorite. A treat from your hunt will win you favor, certainly.
Will you join me in my hunt?
Come on.
Vast Caldera, hunting master. You seek a bond with the Journeykin as us Coden have.
Why does this take 700,000 years to do?
Earn their trust as partner during hunts, while also taking care to bond with them during downtime. Wisdom courses in these creatures' veins. Treat them as such, and that respect will be requited.
Ah, yeah. Reapers with some thorns on it. I think you're right.
That's it.
There! Jesus Christ! God damn it! Negative to gameplay.
Remember, to tame a journeykin is no small task. That is what makes it worth the while.
The journeykin have taken to you.
Yeah, well, I don't take it to them. Jesus Christ.
Now, Wayfinder, it is I who seek your aid in taming beasts of this land. Concurrent with your arrival, our council received reports of unidentified creatures roaming the wilds. Strangers among lands, or so we've deemed them.
What do you know about these creatures?
Little more than that they're unknown monsters, never before seen in the area. After some debate, a scouting party was assembled to study their behavior, but as of late, we've lost contact. Upon request, your Malice and Keith have joined our search. So too, I ask your help on behalf of Claw and Council.
I'll convene with Malice and Keith. Between the three of us, we can cover more ground.
Your alliance is versed in threats of the unknown. Our efforts combined improve chances of shepherding our scouts home. Take heed. A thick fog now rolls across the great tundra. Trust your journeykin to guide you.
That's what the spear version looks like, Mr. Red, if you care. It's only 750 gold. Or, hang on. Oh. Well, you can buy it in the store.
You look like a pretty experienced rider. How about you show me your skills?
Yeah, most of the Elite Spec collections are pretty easy to do. Well, relative, of course, but I stand by it. Worth it. Worth it. Done. Worth it. Well, this is an interesting situation to be in. I think my bot is slightly going faster. Slightly. Like, it's hard to tell. Just give me another minute or so. I'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I like... Jesus, this bot is really trying. Look at this. There we go. Wait, what do you mean, Mr. Red? What? Oh my god, can I go? Yeah, I'm in a weird place where I technically could buy another Ascended weapon. I just have no real reason to. So I haven't been. Are you at this step, Pilgrim? We're almost done with Act 1 of 5.
Commander.
Any sign of the party?
Nothing yet. With any luck, the scouts got turned around in this fog and simply wandered off course.
The more boots we have on the ground searching, the more likely we are to run into them. Barbed Veil insists the area is free of natural predators. Regardless, let's stay alert.
It's fine. There's no Titans here. So I notice they haven't given away in story yet what a Titan is. Oh no, it's a Titan.
It's never just a walk in the woods, is it?
Whatever that I wouldn't know, of course, what a Titan is. So interestingly, I would not do that, Mr. Red.
I'm having trouble getting a consistent read on our location. Out here, we'll have to rely on your war claw for navigation. See if it can point us in the right direction.
Okay. Hang on. Total runtime, not counting Janthir, is... hang on. No? No. Really? Google Sheets. Maybe it's this slow way. 144.01 hours.
Which way, Commander?
Oops. Ah. Oh god! Turning radius. I mean, so far we're about right on track for what I expected this run to be. In real-time numbers, I'm a little bit behind, but that's unrelated. Would you come... come here.
There's someone ahead!
So what I would do, Mr. Red, is I would put WoW Modern fully on maintenance mode. Big final patch. And then maintenance mode doesn't mean completely ignored forever. Occasionally it needs like quality of life patches or netcode updates or whatever just to make sure it keeps running, but you get the point. Put it on maintenance mode. Then I would have WoW 2, which would get the overwhelming majority and bulk of the modern development time. Then WoW Classic would keep getting patches. I would have an entire WoW Classic team whose only job is to keep releasing content for WoW Classic. With the intent for that to be forever.
But whatever we're getting closer to, I don't like it in the slightest.
Over here! A survivor!
Yeah, so that's Titan.
Stranger.
No, Titan. You notice they haven't name dropped that yet. Even though they gave it away.
Wallowing
Spineless in the filth they create for themselves.
Wait, what?
Is this a false god? Come to terrorize a new people.
Its rot threatens my very being. No longer!
StarCraft MMO, Hyperspeed. I actually legitimately would very much like a WoW too. I would. But we haven't had StarCraft anything in a long time, and we haven't had nearly enough StarCraft things. I'll take StarCraft.
I better be wrong. This better not be what I think it is.
Yeah, Malice would know. The Char have a hell of a history with the Titans.
To cower, while its lackey takes the heat.
Need to keep her conscious. I'll tend to her, while you two handle the spawn.
Gladly.
How's the scout? Holding on, but just barely. She needs medical attention.
This won't take much longer.
Well, the other thing is, interestingly enough, WoW kinda has a WoW too.
Where are you going? Malice!
Job's not done yet.
We'll have plenty of time for that. But for her, it's running out. She needs a healer.
Kaith's right. We go for help first.
Actually, yeah, Bleacherville.
Council.
Fine. But this goes beyond just the Council. We need to notify the Alliance. And have the bodies identified.
Unless you want one more to identify, let's move.
Once she's safe, I'll contact Krisha. Have her call for an emergency meeting.
Did we get the achievements? Oh. Woo! Yeah, no, like, I'm not even trying to be facetious or politically here. WoW has gone through so many iterations and reinvented itself more than once. It's a little ship of Theseus, but the truth is, WoW has already had its WoW 2. And 3. And how many times you want to go past that, that's debatable at that point. But we have, at the bare minimum, had 3 WoWs at this point. You okay?
Is that what I think it was? I'm okay, I'm fine. We don't know for sure. It could have been... maybe. I need to call Krisha.
I've got my hands full with an injured Coden and a riled Char, but I'm fine. I imagine the Alliance is going to act fast. You should prepare your account of what happened here.
Yeah, exactly. Admittedly, when I think of WoW 2, what I'm thinking of is Dragonflight and World Within. But, like, depending on how granular you want to get with that, like I said, we've been through a few. Yeah, ditto. Kaisen's hero. It's funny, so Pax and I went back, he can vouch for me on this, and we were doing the playthrough Pandaria Classic to get your mount thing. And oh my god, it sucked. It's... I actually do have a theory about why it sucked, which I refined as we were going through it, but it was... oh god, it's so much worse. It's so much worse than I remember. Oh, I don't know. Where are we going? Oh, we're going to Lion's Arch. Oh, okay. Because, like... You're getting persnickety, Loke. I'm speaking of a different terminology. So yeah, you go... Here's my theory, super quickly, okay? When you play WoW Classic, it's actually fine. We actually played WoW Classic recently, so I can actually speak from personal experience. It's old, and it's rough, but it is old and it's rough in a way that you kind of get into the zone for lack of a better way to put it. I know that's a weird way to phrase it, but, like, this is something... oh, I wouldn't use the word charming. This is something I have recent experience with, because I've also been playing a very small amount of Final Fantasy XI as well. And Final Fantasy XI, I get into this mindset of, okay, this game sucks. And so I just kind of go... tunk, and I mentally adjust for the fact that I'm playing an old, terrible game. Here's the problem. that person has no animation as they're walking on the ground. Here's the problem. Pandaria Classic has begun to have quality of life features, but it hasn't finished having them. And so it's kind of a worst of both worlds, if you think about it. It's not the full quality of life, well-designed game that modern WoW is, and that's not the old, terrible game that WoW Classic is. It's right in the middle, and that's irritating. Because you can't quite get into the old mindset, and you can't just enjoy yourself with the new mindset, so you're just stuck here going, And yeah, that's exactly what it felt like as we were going through it. Yeah, Pandaria, you could feel the age on Pandaria. No, we just had to level through the Pandaren starter experience, Mook. It only took a couple hours.
This is where your alliance congregates.
It is quite grand, I think. But I suppose an event like this beckons decorum.
The stories from this trip will make good fodder when I return. Gossip sits in their bellies like a fresh harvest.
You'll get plenty of that. How can I prepare you for the audience?
Honey wine, but we've none to spare. I'll be fine. We've hosted travelers over time, with little more to bargain besides information. I'm not unaware of the world. Just been a long time since we've needed to seek aid from others.
You and I are aligned, at least.
Good. After you, Wayfinder.
All members are present. Ah, welcome leadership from the Pact. Finally. The room is getting fuller by the day. We can begin.
We thank the Council for their discretion and speed. Your summons said as much, but recent developments are troublesome.
Are the Cryptids back? Are they not so contained?
A different threat. Warden Frode, your report?
A Titan has been sighted in Janthir. A few of my Astral Ward in the area got a good look after it fled into the bay.
A Titan? I've certainly read of them. The burning of Ascalon. The door of Komali. Stories filled with deception. Are you sure?
Yes. Multiple first-hand accounts of a giant insectile beast. The Ward is gathering all the readings we can.
Our records are likely dated, mind you. And this one may be more evolved than the hive we've encountered before.
Luckily, the commander was in the right place at the right time. Witnessed the attack alongside Kaith and Imperator Malice.
Oh yeah, well, that's convenient.
Counselor.
It's all true. While working with the Astral Ward in Janthir, we encountered the Coden of Harvest Den. We sought to establish diplomatic bonds with them on behalf of Queen Junna when the Titan attacked. Its spawn kept us busy while it fled into the bay. Smart enough to avoid a fight. But my experience is limited. Today I've brought Stoic Alder, the Claw of the Lowland Coden, to share his.
We noticed a change 3 seasons ago. The wildlife reacted first. They fled south. Bearkin went missing. We kept our suspicions level. It could have been any great creature. Janthir is fierce. But then, the land started to sour. I assumed it was your Cryptis. But those ones attacked our mines, not the grasslands. This is a very different beast. My bearkin have lived in Janthir longer than your cities have stood tall. We know danger well. We respect its boundaries. But this being mats my fur. Whatever a Titan is, whatever this creature seeks, we should be cautious. The fact that he's taken refuge near the ruins of Bavanisos paints an uncertainty that we shouldn't allow to brew.
How many are there? One, you say?
That we've confirmed. He fled to the north while his spawn kept us distracted. Even the little one was nasty.
Titans are not solitary. We'd know if there were 20. But I'd expect at least 2, maybe 6. And I don't count their spawn.
What does the Astral Ward advise? This feels like the definition of your expertise.
I'd like to hear that too. The Astral Ward should offer the Scepter of Ore.
Lady Livia, do I want to know what happened to the poor guards stationed at the door?
I haven't protected that thing for a century and a half for it to collect dust and foul memories. Lost to time, I thought. You have the scepter?
We do. The lady surrendered it not long ago. Safer in my reserves than a velvet crypt beneath divinity's reach.
You know it's a good idea, Iskarin.
I don't know this legend. What is this Scepter of Ore? A weapon?
Legavo. Cast from raw magic by the seers. It was made to control beasts from the mists.
A solution perfectly sculpted to our problem. The answer is dropped into our laps.
The scepter should remain dormant.
And why's that, Your Majesty?
Pick a legend. That is a history caked in blood. All of its wielders have met some ill-carved fate.
Besides myself, of course. And she looks great.
Until we know what we're dealing with, I'd sooner pick up a sword again than leave our fate to archaic mysticism.
Stubborn as Linus. Your mother would be horrified.
Enough! Are we walking on coals? Queen Jenna, if you don't see this as feasible, what do you propose?
The scepter is an extreme solution to a fresh problem. We should send the commander back to Janthir to learn more.
I agree with the Queen. We don't know nearly enough about the threat at hand, or how useful the scepter would be here.
Well, I think we should get it over with and just try the damn thing. What are we risking here?
This creature is closer to my borders than yours. And Stoic Alder's Coden are even closer. Harming our people is the risk.
Letting this thing roam about is just as dangerous to them.
Perhaps. But the scepter could do much worse. We are simply at an impasse.
Then what do we do?
We vote on it.
It's a sound motion. We did form the Alliance for a reason.
Someone will be disappointed with the decision. Or dead.
Ideally, these Titans, and not us.
The Queen is right. I don't think everyone is going to agree.
And so we vote. Take some time to think. When everyone is prepared to make their decisions and has returned to their places, we'll begin.
Okay. They were talking, Giga. So, I was chewing on a negative, admittedly, and I have decided to give it. It's the mishandling of the reveal of the fact that it's a Titan. So, first of all, let's get the obvious out of the way. Who the hell is this person? Oh, she's the agent's person, right? She's terrible outfit. The Titans, for anybody who's familiar with them, the Titans should be a big freaking deal. they haven't been seen since Nightfall, and even that was there was kind of a technically involved because there was some Nightfall creatures in the realm of torment and blah 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 and whatever. But the Titans were a big freaking deal that helped substantially and majorly shape the lives and plot of Ascalon or all of the Char, and I would say also the Crichtons while we're on that subject. Yeah, hang on, Blade 12, I'm getting to that. I'm gonna ban Microspirit. No. So, yeah, that's not great. But, oh, hang on. All of that's external continuity. What about someone who's only played this game? Well, for someone who's played this game, I don't think the game does a very good job of emphasizing how big of a deal this should be. Let me try to explain myself a little bit better. As usual, my complaint comes down to presentation. The moment where Malice kind of was a little bit frazzled by seeing something that she thought was a Titan. Yes, I did actually call her. I even got it down for Dragon Age 4, Alien Shooter, and Divinity Original Sin 1. Thank you for being part of the show, Colgrim. Sorry. I think it was during a cutscene, so I jotted it down quietly while I was playing. It should be a big moment. For Guild Wars 2 and for the franchise both, it should be a big moment. And there are techniques and ways to convey this is a big deal without having to rely on player knowledge. But that's sort of the thing, isn't it? Nothing here is really conveying the substantial significance of this threat other than the fact that they're called Titans. Yeah, exactly, Blade Chaval. Like, it's just like, and? Okay. And you'll also notice that they did two things very wrong, which just screams rushed. First of all, one of the earlier quests where you were doing the rifts just straight up gave away that they were Titans. I even commented on it. I was like, oh, these are Titans. Okay. And then the game went out of its way to not use that word, even when we found one. Even when we were fighting one. It was just like, oh, hang on, skip right past that. Don't pay attention. I'm not sure what it is. It could be, but it might not be. We'll never know. And then we get to this scene, which is immediately after that, and they're just like, yeah, so it's Titans. There's no impact. And that's the problem. Yeah, they're downplaying what this probably should be.
The Seers are frustrating collaborators, not overly fond of sharing. You saw how specific and arcane the Shining Blade was. Legavo is similarly complex. It tests the will of its user, judges their intent. If the user is found wanting, well, those names have long been lost to time and memory.
Also, the main villain of Prophecies, who was one of the three main villains of all of Guild Wars 1, used the Scepter of Or. We seem to be skipping over that step, I notice. Yeah, pretty much, Luke. So how were you able to wield it?
Isn't it obvious? It saw my intent. To bring the White Mantle and their Mersat overlords to ruin.
Look at her outfit.
Their abuse of the Bloodstones.
Look at this thing.
The sacrifices, King Jaden's death. Ignore me. Musings from long ago. It offered me vengeance. I sent many enemies of Kryta to their oblivion. Probably liked the blood. It was fortunate that Isgarin and I crossed paths when we did, though. Even I have limits. As for you, well, you don't lack for will. Even death couldn't stop you. I wouldn't bet against you.
I'll warn Canuck.
Before those unfortunate bandits, and then myself, its prior wielder was, let's just say, a little problematic. Vizier Kilbron.
Oh, hey.
Responsible for sinking ore. I'm sure you've heard that particular story many times. While the Scepter wasn't responsible for the cataclysm, it was a very dense situation. Whenever a god is involved, and especially a fiendish one at that, certain cultural anxieties come to light. I don't suggest it lightly, but it was cast to control creatures from the mists. Kilbron used it to control the Titans. There is risk, certainly. We don't know how well it works, or if it does anymore. But we should try.
And anything the White Mantle touched should never be trusted. I don't know, like what you did when the brand were at the gates of Ebonhawk.
I wish they could understand that what seems like an easy solution is often muddied with complication. But the final call is not mine. It can't be if we seek genuine unity. But whatever is chosen, we will live with it.
Oh no, that is totally what she's just suggesting, Luke. By the way, someone asked about Queen Jenna. Yeah, that's Jennifer Hale. It's a little pitch shifted up, but it's still Jennifer Hale.
I hear everyone's concerns, but between us, I don't know. We've endured so much pain already. Can you blame anyone for wanting to end things quickly?
Kinda speaking from experience here, but leaning on ancient magic isn't worth the cost.
Empress?
Thankfully, Cantha had not yet closed its borders before the events Dagonet described. I've read of the Titans, and I've read of all that connected them. Abaddon, Shiro. It feels too complicated to make a sudden choice. I'd advise caution, but I see it in your eyes already.
You sure?
Lot to consider, but I think I know my stance. We'll see how this resolves.
You know my take. If we have a solution, we should use it. If the Astral Ward is so powerful, they owe us a demonstration.
Also, she called me a fool 3 times in a row. Dragons, rogue gods, plagues, and a lich. Why not the Return of the Titans? Oops. Ugh.
When Queen Jenna invited me to the Alliance, I didn't think things would spice up so quickly. Ilona has a long history with events such as this. I know my response. Think on yours.
I was gonna say, what have we not touched on from Guild Wars 1? Titans are one of the last things, and they were in a raid, from what I understand.
I don't know, Commander. I'm prone to agree with the Queen's hesitation. We know so little.
Listen, Mr. Ed, they went through a second puberty.
I don't disagree with caution. The risk is critical in dire moments, but I will abide by their decision. Historically, if the Ward needed to take action, we simply took it. I must wait now. I don't want to regret this.
No comment.
The last delegate has returned to their podium. It is time. All in favor of utilizing the Scepter of Ore to combat the Titan threat, say yay. And those who oppose, preferring the commander return to Janthir to conduct further research, nay.
We're all so shy. I'll start. Nay.
Nay.
Yay.
Yay! A firm nay.
Nay.
Krisha.
Yay.
Nay.
Does my vote matter? Okay, apparently not. Nay.
Nay. And we will not be using the scepter. More research is critical before we make such a call.
And when we do need the scepter, are we voting again?
We very well might, Counselor. For now, we are investigating the threat. If more action is needed, we will approach that. Imperator Malice, Kaith, and the Commander will return to Janthir with Stoic Alder immediately. Learn all you're able.
Stoic Alder, do your people have a secure route into the Isles? If Isgarin is correct...
And I am.
Then we should expect the worst. At least one Titan has returned to Tyria.
I've sent scouts to map the ruins before. We can approach from the south, take the river inland, and establish camps. These things threaten my home, my son. My spear will aid this alliance.
Adjourned.
Imperator, I would watch your tone. Anyone but me might disapprove.
My tone? My tone is fine. It's your logic that isn't. This is a Titan we're dealing with. What they did to our people...
Awful. And the things they made us do were worse. But that doesn't mean we should turn to some cursed wand. I hear your opinion, I agree. But you're Ash. Collecting data and understanding every corner is how you rose to Imperator. So, are you level-headed enough to return to the field?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Stay.
Any strong feelings about the vote, you two?
I'm happy with the result. When we're dealing with gods, or creatures that pretend to be gods, caution must be observed. Maybe they want us to make the obvious choice. There's no way to know until we do our research.
It's certainly not my place. I'm just the royal messenger to the Dominion's great house, after all.
Just the royal messenger. She is very modest.
But I can see both sides. I see the want to dissolve the problem swiftly, and I also see the need to be patient.
Politics can be very delicate indeed. And knowing the song behind your opposition's march is critical in informing your own.
Sure don't envy you two. I just hope this gets cleaned up before anyone else gets hurt.
Foolish. What a silly decision. One more bad report for the Arcane Council. I'll be fine. Just fuming. Move along.
Okay.
Well, I can't argue with the majority. Their suspicions must be warranted. I just don't want more destruction.
Neither do I, brother.
I don't know. Destruction can be a lot of fun. You ever try it?
I wouldn't have advised that call, my queen. I think there's a better option. A smarter option.
It's good you're not her advisor, then.
This is why I don't keep both of you on my shoulder at the same time. Agree to disagree, Lady Livia. You are welcome to express your opinion, but I do not share it.
What was it like? Horrifying. We've faced many threats, big ones, but this time felt different. I don't want to catastrophize and call it an omen, but this creature escaping or entering from the mists is a scary concept.
You're not catastrophizing. Things that used to be rare suddenly feel like a routine season.
I mean, I could choose not to talk to Isgarin. Hey, Isgarin. Okay, bye.
That was quite the affair.
I don't envy your status, Wayfinder. My mate was the Globetrotter. I prefer the personal politics of the village council. The Isles should make us nervous. The lowlands are familiar, but we never stay long. If you haven't heard my warnings yet...
Starting to get a good idea.
Remain honest, and we'll wash our paws of this. We meet in Janthir.
Fine, just for you, Giga.
Isgarin, must I remind you that we are trying to prove a point in our participation here?
If we weren't in this alliance, the Titans would be taken care of.
That the Astral Ward does not make quick decisions. We think things through. And you don't know that. We have so few members now. The Spire may be irreparable. And you are tired, my friend. We all need each other. Tyria isn't safe from the mists anymore.
And yes, you did, Arspruce. He's a bear.
Greetings.
Listen, Frode is... he's fine, I guess. I won't kill Frode. Maybe.
You're back. We need to reach the northern shore. Yesterday. No time to pack.
You're distraught. What's the matter?
Fading Aurora. She left the village. We have to go after her. She won't survive a day on the Isles by herself.
She went to the Isles. Why?
I don't know. She didn't say exactly. When Pa returned, he told the Council about your meeting. The Titans.
Did he go with her?
No. He's with the Council now. She left on her own. I'll bet you my best skipping stone that she went after this stranger. I'm going after her too.
We should tell your father. See if we can rally a few spears.
I'm not asking for his permission, and I don't need you to lead the way. I'm heading to the North Shore. I'll take a boat into the Isles and see if I can catch up to her. You're not obligated to join me, but I won't turn you away.
Well, I certainly can't let you go alone.
I mean, we could. We're horrible. So yeah, I guess we're heading to the second zone. Woo! So, if it's not obvious, I've been in this zone a bunch. Doing rifts, events, getting hearts, getting my spear, getting my, mount. But I haven't even been to the second zone, I think. Unless it's a certain place Giga knows about. Which we don't talk about that place. You saw nothing, Giga. Oh. Ah. Yeah, they have been name dropping it a couple of times. Oh, hello, this is an instance. That's an interesting picture.
This is as far inland as we can get. We'll have to continue on foot.
Have you been here before?
A few times, but never without Ma or Grandma.
What about Stoic Older?
He wouldn't bring me. No. Doesn't think it's safe.
Okay. Auspicious.
We follow those. I bet we'll find Fading Aurora. Strangers ahead. We'll fight through them.
Careful.
I mean,
This isn't a race.
yeah, we're just gonna ignore these.
Should be drawn to the carnage, but the presence of the strangers keeps them away.
Mother, watch us.
Whoop, too
I
far.
hope your friend is alive.
multiplicity of your bestial nature flickers dull without air. I am Greer, and you are small.
Aurora, we came to help. Let's kill this thing and go home. Please.
My boy, you need to get out of here.
A raid boss or the raid boss?
Sizzling with melancholy as they reach my ember.
Okay, I like the modulation on Greer.
You all need to listen to me. We need to clear the spawn and debris from the area. Right now, he holds control of this environment. If we can balance the odds, I may be able to overwhelm him. Just enough. Pokey, do you have my seeds?
I never leave home without them.
Good.
Fascinating is your dedication to dying plots. I will turn this swamp to rot.
Got some nice big attacks, don't we? I guess we're just attacking him now? No, he's still invincible. I think it's because it's the inverse of that, or the opposite of that. In other words, the Maguma creatures were based on the designs of the Titans. What are you doing? What?
It's done. What now, Aurora?
Plant the seeds throughout the swamp. I'll warn you, they're very magical.
I mean, eventually, Loke, but yes. Yeah, I have a feeling they never planned to bring the Titans back. Other than that one raid Titan, which I don't even remember which Titan that was. I should also probably clarify. There's some pretty vague terminology going on here. You remember how we had issues with the word demon back in the previous expansion? It's kind of similar. There's Titans, and then there's lesser Titans, and then there's Titan spawn. Now, all of those are a problem.
Watch out for his spawn! Dodge out of their way! We don't want to lose any seeds!
I see now. Your plans are undoing his corruption. It's magic, but it's balance.
Exactly.
But yeah.
I trust you.
I couldn't tell you how many Titans there were back in the day. But yeah, exactly. Look, this is a Titan, top of the tier. It's actually pretty easy to tell even back in Guild Wars 1 because the only ones that talk are the ones at the top, the Titans.
It's working.
So sweet is the honey on your lips, just before his talons catch victory by the throat.
Calm your tantrum. We have a score to settle.
Sweet is this.
I'm speaking to you. Look at me. Last warning.
See, the thing about Titans...
Very well.
They're... She's a guardian. Alright. They're not a bigger threat than what we've already faced. And they're not a different threat than what we've already faced.
I will explain.
So I have a feeling that it's just not going to land the same way.
What are you?
Now, I'm fine with it, because you know me, and you do need to de-escalate now and again. Because let's be clear, the Titans are simply not at the level of any of the stuff we've already dealt with. They're a problem.
Choking on the weight of my own dejection.
But not that big of a problem.
It is done.
Yeah, I would say they're higher tier than both Zitans, but lower than basically everything else. Unironically, I would put the Titans below Palawa Joko. Not in terms of power, obviously. Palawa wasn't that strong. But in terms of impact, reach, influence...
I don't know about the rest of you, but I've got a burning question or two.
I wouldn't get too close. Not until we have answers.
Who are you?
Pokey, I will not hurt you.
Don't call me that. That's what my ma called me. Who are you?
I am waiting sorrow.
Not some healer from the Shiver Peaks, I take it. I can practically feel the magic dripping from your paws.
I am not. I'm...
a rogue wizard. The Astral Ward is looking for you, waiting sorrow.
The moment they called you Wayfinder, I assumed your mission was to hunt me down.
Hunt is a strong word.
What fables did he tell you of me? That I take children and siphon their young magic?
Only that I'm to assume you're dangerous.
I helped you kill the beast, didn't I? If I was going to harm any of you, my hands would already be cleaned of it. Poised arrow. I'm sorry. I can explain everything. I just need you to give me some time before we tell anyone.
You don't want my paw to know.
It's not the right time.
And I still have a few questions myself.
With time.
Are you okay?
I feel sick. My gut is turning and my arms won't still. I don't know what to think. I need to count the trees and mull it over.
Are you going to tell your father? I wouldn't blame you if you did.
I want to. I don't know if I should. I'll think about it. My ma taught me to step away when a hunt became too taxing. My thoughts and tongue aren't aligned.
Wise advice. Take as long as you need. I'll keep an eye on her.
Yeah, they're getting some research camps set up nearby. I'll be there. Gonna take a walk.
This is why I mentioned that I don't mind that we're fighting something lower tier. Obviously, the Titans are still a threat. They are certainly a threat to the Kodan. And they're a threat to nations. They're just not as big of a threat as what we faced. But, much more importantly, they can allow us to zoom the camera in a little bit on things like this.
Where is he going?
To think. If I just learned that my mentor was wanted for ambiguous transgressions, I'd be on the fence too.
I left a note. Ren should have known I meant no harm.
If you're talking about Iskarin, I think we both know better than to assume he's rational.
What do you suggest then? Shall you haul me back to Omnitas, paws and chains?
Do Titans still roam the Isles? Can we count this battle fought?
Iskarin said to expect numbers, even if those numbers are low.
The earth here rumbles. I wouldn't blink if another stranger still walked upon these lands. The tendrils of my power reach outward, but the mistburn is disrupting my senses.
Mistburn? Does that have something to do with the Titans?
In part. Energy radiates from the mists. I expect wherever our Titan came from, it was steeped in it. It bleeds into our realm.
Oh, wonderful. So, what are we going to do with you?
Well, I'm not in chains yet. Why don't you tell me? If you don't tell the ward, I will not flee. Let us deal with them later.
I don't know the stakes under which you were advised to track her down, but she did help us kill the thing.
I've carried enough secrets in my pocket to know how burdensome that weight can be.
Then let me offer this. I will return to them, but only when I know my kin are secured from immediate danger. Let me roam on my own terms until then. I've only just adjusted to life without Iskarin's shackling gaze.
If I can learn to trust Kaith, I can learn to trust you.
I haven't fought like that in a few decades. Maintaining a facade absent magic has left my flame flickering and, delicate. Will you make sure Pokey is well while I recover?
We'll tend to the cub, but don't get any ideas.
Headed to Golgrim. Actually, it's funny you say that, Blairtwell. You remember how I mentioned there were 3 tiers of Titans? The Swarm, the army, was the real problem last time around. They mentioned it very briefly in a side conversation. The big issue there was that a dude, the Lich, is what we called him. But his name was, I've already forgotten his name. The guy from Or, the guy who sank Or. He unleashed armies of Titans on the world. As part of the overall plot of Guild Wars 1. It was like step 1 of that big plot.
Commander, you're far more versed on the Astral Ward than we are. But you...
Kelbrin, that was his name.
An explanation.
Not your mess. It's hardly mine. I don't want to put you two in a tough spot.
Please. You're traveling with the Imperator of the Ash Legion and a thief turned diplomat. We can do covert.
With all the intel we've gathered so far, probably not far behind with our own assessments.
I suppose. When I met with Frode back at Moon Camp, he told me to keep an eye out for their missing wizard. I've heard the name, but not much else. She left the Astral Ward on uncertain terms, which makes Iskarin nervous.
Iskarin makes me nervous. Should we be afraid of her?
Maybe caution over fear. Didn't strike me as dangerous when she threw herself in front of Pokey.
We can do cautious, Commander.
Far as I know, she helped us fight that thing. Hell of a lot more than Iskarin has done here.
I'm not sure, Loke. The thing is, I think it's a little bit too early to really gauge if bringing in the Titans for this was the right call. I'm kind of with you. Like, when I first saw it was Titans, I was like, well, we're just hitting all the Guild Wars 1 stuff, aren't we? And if we're being honest, that's probably why they brought in the Titans. It was one of the very few Guild Wars 1 stuff we haven't done much with. What, your mount? Yes, I have, Mr. Red. Let's go look at mount. I'm not one to talk. How about this thing? I've never regretted it. I mean, you see how many characters I have, and you may or may not have noticed, but every single character actually has a different color combo for my branded. No regrets. Someday I'll have the branded war scale, too. Or the war claw. I do plan to buy it, and it will be real money, and I've already, like, mentally allocated it. That's just gonna happen. Oh, that's a good question, Blake Duvall. Obviously, the idea of coming up with something new like the Cryptus is interesting, but... Well, the problem with the Cryptus is that they sucked. I don't know what you're thinking. Well, that shouldn't diminish that. But no, the problem is they probably learned the wrong lesson, right? They're like, all right, let's introduce something new. Oh, they suck. Okay, let's not do something new. Let's hit the classics. That's always what you do, right? So every writer ever does, or producer, or whoever. They're like, okay, I've got it. We'll do something brand new and exciting, and it sucks. Okay, quick, hit the nostalgia button.
Stoic Older.
If you're looking for Poised Arrow, he's not here. Your scuffle with the stranger left his mind raw. I don't know what you endured. I haven't seen him so heavy with angst since Silken Weir left us.
I can explain.
After the mainland attack, his nerve was turbulent. He said you were left with little choice. My son survived. Your friends survived. I don't need to mourn what didn't come to fruition.
The creature that killed your kin is dead. Wilted my senses.
Another sunset. Did you find Aurora? Pokey didn't say.
She wasn't with the dead. A good sign. But we'll keep looking.
We'll settle camp and assess. Our forebears built sites across the Isle. Way stations, constructed after the Masat fell. Isgaren's warning hasn't escaped me. If a Titan lives, we'll find it. You can tell your alliance that. Wayfinder, my son, is Pokey okay?
Was that his first fight? Against something of that scale?
Of that scale, no. With distance and time, he'll come back to us with a clear head. Oh, I think Graced by Fire was looking for you and your allies. Probably wants to thank you.
Put simply, one of the Elder Dragons had the ability to brand people, which would be to cover them in a tremendous amount of magical energy that would override their soul, self, and body, turning them into a branded version of themselves. So, hang on. It's pretty similar to tempering, with the catch being that most branded don't have a brain. Like, tempering is, it makes you agree with them. Branding, it really is more like zombification. So, like, for example, here, look, see this? This is a bunny. Do you see this little bunny? Who's your little bunny? Who's your little bunny? Who's your bunny? Okay, so this is a branded bunny. For all intents and purposes, once you're branded, you are killed. And yeah, it is very similar to what Zaitan does, and pretty similar to what Mordramoth does.
Hear what happened, the guy.
And Jormag. The only exception was Primordus, who doesn't actually corrupt people at all. He just makes destroyers, because he can do that. Oh, hey. Oh, I'm not... Oh, that's terrible. Oh, hang on. How many do I have to have?
Creatures on this isle are never
I'll do it.
rabbits or beasts.
There we go.
They have to be beasts.
On your feet again. So soon after the attack? Kaith might have something to say about that.
Nothing, Mr. Red.
Rest is for a calm soul. If I sit for long, I'll turn into a cub with a gut full of honey. I also heard the news. You killed it? The stranger?
Yes, it's true. I'm glad we got Pokey out of there in one piece. That beast was horrifying.
If my companions saw what that creature left behind, they'd be mortified. Spent their lives learning this land, protecting it. I'm relieved Pokey is okay, though.
Me too. But until we know what's left to fight, may as well find our footing. How can I help you stay seated? Need rest.
If you're offering, I could use a scout. Wilderness abounds. Only a few of us have spent any real time on the Isle. With the Astral Ward and Bearkin moving inland, your help charting the area would benefit everyone. I've also observed troubling behavior among the local wildlife. Frenzied, enraged. Creatures that don't usually attack. But that can be our problem next. But once you're done charting, come back to me.
So far, yeah, Luke. But something I've been told once is that it starts off strong and then just kind of starts to taper. I should mention we are now in Act 2 of 5. And we'll see how long that manages. I mean, I suppose it's all relative, like to all. Ah. It's okay, Giga. I understand that you secretly hate me. It's all good. Well, I guess I'll kill this thing. I mean, I am right here. Which ones haven't you done this week, Mr. Red? Hello, Evo. Well, we finished Act 1. You haven't done anything? Go do... What's a mount you would enjoy? Don't do Ulduar, because then I would have to murder you when you get the mount and I don't. Oh, there's different renown tokens. Oh, that's cute. Do Nighthold.
Long gone by the
Our
looks of it.
expedition has taken on something of a complication. Stand strong, team! Don't relent! Stay your fury, Nighter! We're all returning home alive! Be at rest, noble wolf. This rot perverts your senses no longer. Blessings upon you for your help.
And sorry I'm a little quiet. There's been a lot of talking, but also, holy crap, it's hot. Curious Mersat currency. Interesting. I actually have not, Mr. Red. And I never will.
Fallout from a bloodstone explosion. Looks like this one was controlled, at least. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. Must keep going. I agree with Colgrim, and frankly, Bladesville. I don't think Primordius deliberately made the destroyers, any more than a cat deliberately sheds fur. In fact, I'm going to very specifically make that comparison. I think Primordius makes destroyers just by shedding. There's a lot of bloodstone out here. It's okay. They definitely don't do anything. Won't do anything more with the Mersat. Oh, 100%, Mr. Red.
Probably fallout from some Mersat experiment. And they don't look friendly. I'll take them out so no one gets hurt. More wilds. Starting to internalize everyone's warnings.
Oh, sorry, I was jotting down a positive for brickwork. But I guess I don't have to give the plus to the game. Because we all know it's a false dichotomy, right? Let's get the mastery point or give the game a plus. Nothing in between. Bloodstone Empowered Beehive. Do I want to know? Oh, you need to level your mastery track to harvest that. That's actually funny. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you were sleeping. He was dreaming, actually.
Is that bloodstone? Sure smells like it. Camp's just around the corner.
I was going to save this person, and then they used a bot to get up, so whatever. I don't know what I think about this game's future. I am afraid for all three of the big three, but honestly, that's mostly just because the current era of gaming is the worst era of gaming we've ever had, while simultaneously being the best. It's very strange. I'm dead serious, by the way. You ever think about that? Gaming as an industry is in an absolutely atrocious place, but gaming as a thing, as a hobby or as a product or as an art form, is in an extremely great spot. It's bizarre. Hello, game. Hello, hello. It's down from here. It's down from here. Yeah, exactly, Mook. Like, there are some real bangers coming out. Not just in the indie space, either.
Is that bloodstone? Sure, serene. Bet this place would be pretty nice if it had a kinder history.
Yeah, that's pretty right there. No, you're right. Those two things are not in relation to each other. I felt the need to clarify my statement because I was about to say gaming is in the worst place it's been in years, but that sounds like I'm saying that games suck. Which, clearly I am not. Yeah, no kidding, Giga. Oh, I'm looking forward to DK Bonanza. A lot. And let me just go ahead and tell you, Mario Kart World is damned good. I'm not sure it's better than 8.
Copper on Greer being responsible for this. He turned the place into a swamp.
But
A couple copper on Greer being responsible for this. He turned the place into a swamp.
yeah, exactly, Blade Duval. Because Mario Kart 8 had the advantage of years of development and additional content. Yes, Mook. That's the thing. Mario Kart World just came out. Remember, Mario Kart 8 was a Wii U game. Yeah, no, exactly. And we know Nintendo likes to support their games, especially their big games, so there is a 90% chance.
Our drones will be at the testing sites. Retrieve additional doses from them if needed.
Like a 90% chance that they will support and add more content to it later. Filling out some map while I'm here. Don't mind me. $50 POIs, jeez. Oh, the Switch 2 is already selling exceptionally well. Mario Kart 8 is also one of the best-selling video games of all time. There's a couple of asterisks attached to that, but it's still true.
It's so sick that it rejects its own cure, that it does. Like a stubborn cub refusing to take its medicine. We must try again.
Oh, no. No, Colgrim. No. Fresh reminder, do not buy anything from scalpers. Screw scalpers. Scalpers deserve to die. Have you killed your scalper today? I mean, if I'm being honest, I have bought every Nintendo console on faith since the SNES. And I've never been disappointed by that. Now here's the weird part. Something not a lot of people say is the moment you start up your Switch 2, it's going to be like, hey, do you want to connect your Switch to this? I recommend saying yes. Get both of them on a power charger, sit them right next to each other. They'll wirelessly connect to each other, and then your Switch 2 is going to grab all your Switch games and saves. Now, I know what you're thinking. Look, I'm not made of money, and that's valid. No judgment. It's very expensive, and times are awful right now. But if you are already interested in getting a Switch 2 and the new games that are coming out on it, you're not only losing nothing from the Switch, all of your games are going to run better on the Switch 2. And again, you keep your saves.
With the environment. Can't be good. Map shaping up. I should get back to camp. Share what I saw.
Like I said, I got this one on faith, and admittedly for the show. Although that's also part of the faith equation. Like, that was a business expense, you know what I mean? I understand more than most people how much that price tag is a bite, though. And screw scalpers. Get some good rest, Falcon. Thank you for helping me with stuff. I apologize for the fact that I'm now going to get ahead of you. Okay, I already got that.
Volunteers, please.
Yeah, let's just do this. I know, right, Giga? There's a friend of mine under normal circumstances, I would have already purchased a Switch 2 for. And just because of the move and the price tag, I can't swing that right now. I mean, I could swing that right now. I shouldn't. I don't know how many extra expenses there's going to be, especially when I actually do the drive itself. Food is going to be a consideration. Gas is going to be a consideration. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, exactly, Blade Javal. Right now I'm being very cautious about trying to hover ahead of the safety line. There's a reason most of my meals lately have been sandwiches and cereal. I could go cheaper than that, but I would like to stay at least a little bit healthy. Hi, Eben. Liking it more than not so far.
Thanks. With a better understanding of the area, our chances for survival go up. Respect the Isle's boundaries, we must. Couple more things you could do to help around here, if you have breath to spare. To start, Whispers of Wind is looking into the Stranger's Blight. Not a bad idea to work with her, see what all she needs. And for me? Well, information. I mentioned the wildlife before, and that is not improved. I suspect the Stranger's influence, but we should confirm. See if there's anything we can do to help them. I need you to subdue the frenzied creatures and take a blood sample for me. Maybe there's a cure, or we'll know if there's not. Here, I've got the supplies set up for you.
Snow in both cases, Elizar. And hi, Elizar. That's what I thought. Based on what Colgrim said. And, well, let's just say that so far I'm enjoying this. Now I have to go do 2 hearts. I actually also peeked ahead on the walkthrough. I know I have to do 2 hearts here. Anyways. I could go with eggs. Eggs have a couple of issues with them. But only a couple. And I do love eggs. So, you know, that's nice.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
One step closer to answers.
Could I ask you a favor, Giga? Could you share a picture of that? Because that sounds good. When you're done, obviously, tomorrow. I know, Giga. I know. I do know how to read. Yes, Pax, I would love to know a quick way to do this stupid heart once I'm done with this. Oh, I'm not a big fan of Christmas. I mean, don't mistake me. It's a great excuse to give people gifts. Because we live in a society where I need an excuse to give people gifts. Except my friends. They just have learned to accept that I give them stuff periodically. But,
There we go.
no, I like cold, and snow is more interesting, calming, fun, etc. Rain can be bad. Obviously, too much rain and too much snow can both be bad. So that's whatever.
Storm's rolling in again, and the strangers will emerge when it does. All camps should brace for the assault.
One time, so Gary, y'all know Gary, he had a long-standing rule for most of the time I've known him that I'm not allowed to get him stuff on his birthday unless he explicitly says, man, I wish I could have this, or I'd like this, or whatever. In other words, he has to give permission. I have adhered to that rule consistently and persistently. 2 or 3 years ago, I forget exactly when it was. It's relatively recently. We were playing something, and he in chat was like, oh man, I could really go for some races. And while we were playing, I think Pax was the first one to notice that I just sort of stopped moving in the game. Because I went to Amazon immediately. I got him a box. Yep, 4 pounds of Reese's. Now, you're probably thinking, oh my god, that's horrible. First of all, it's a little bit cheaper in bulk. Second of all, obviously I know everyone else who's out there too, so like he shared it amongst friends. And they're my friends too, so, you know, win-win. And third of all, screw you. Any questions? So now I have to do this heart, and there's no fast way to do this heart. Sadness. Only there was a fast way to do this heart, alas. No. Springer, there it is. I've considered moving up to either Sweden or Norway many times in my life, Elizar. I'm not gonna. It's been moved formally off the list. Yeah. Being able to afford to is the biggest problem. Some of you are aware of this, so you might not be, Elizar. But forgive me for everyone else who's heard me say this before. Oh, adventures. Look, I can't read, okay, Pax? Almost every country in the world has started closing their borders to everyone. Just everyone. A lot of methods by which to move to a new country, or settle in a new country, or become a citizen in a new country that used to be semi-normalized have been slowly going away. Allow me to say I'm not a fan of that. And not just because of my own personal, desire on that. Sweden is no exception to that, by the way. Yeah, there's Norway. Wish that shows the way. That's actually funny. No, don't do that. No, EU is a little bit more normal. I don't want to go too much into the weeds on this, but there are several movements and political parties in the EU who have been trying to move for closing the borders even within the EU. No, Elizar, it's because of fascists. I'm not going to couch that in any kind of terminology that tries to make it sound in any way acceptable. It is because fascist parties are slowly trying to exert more and more influence on multiple countries in the entire world right now. That's why. The single best thing for a fascistic party is to ensure that you do not let people leave and you do not get new people in. It's part of the whole other thing that is one of the main playbooks of a fascist policy. It's just a relic over here. Jesus, can I make that happen? Nope, I couldn't make it happen. I suck. I suck. I mean... Oh, there's another one up here. Where was that? Where was that? There it is. Now...
The winds are picking up. The storm nears even more. Our time for preparations will escape us soon.
Oh, you suck, Shadow Machine. Congrats. Now, the good news is, like all things, that will probably drift back out of popularity at some point in time, as political opinions sway and shift and time moves on, blah, 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 blah. But for right now, for someone who has been actively looking to move to another country, you know, for the last, like, 7, 8, 10 years, however long it's been at this point, kind of sucks.
Do you see how the trees and plants rumble with discomfort?
Well, I got a silver. Yeah, I'm with Pax on that, Giga. There it is. Oh, and because this came up on my very Discord yesterday, when I say fascists, I don't mean people who vote for the Republican Party in the United States. I mean fascists. We clear? I'm missing one. I'm missing one somewhere. That would be hysterical, Lord Aramont. There we go. Yeah, exactly. It should not be an insult word. There are other things at play here. Alright, dailies. Addition to... Doing it the first time. Nice.
Power flow at
both of those. I'll take 3 ectos. It's better than nothing. Thank you, Elizar. I hope my cat will be fine. He's actually asleep right now. Okay, so that's done. And I got a pittance of experience from the Pyax. Normally I'd be upset, but I think... Nope, I'm right. I can now get Wild Claw. So what is Wild Claw? Strike through... Strike foes that you dash through. Hitting at least one foe grants a burst of endurance when the dash ends. What the hell is this? And yes, I do understand how it's actually more complicated than it sounds when it comes to healthcare in several countries, Nordics included. So, but it's a good thing, to be clear. We've actually talked about this extensively. It's not perfect, but it's good. And perfection should not be allowed to be the enemy of progress. How do? Is it just the dash? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's wild. Okay. Yeah, no, I like that. They were like, traversal? Yeah, hang on. Hold on. Yeah, I think I can officially, as of this moment, say that the Warclaw has replaced a Raptor. So that's my response to any of you who's interested in using the Warclaw instead of the Raptor. Scoot your way down to the 3rd tier. The 4th tier says, learn how to deal extra damage while riding the Skycloud.
Storm roars on the horizon. Collect yourselves.
As well as how to stun and deal bonus defiance damage with spear skills. Interesting. And of course, well rested is the big one, the one I really want. Increase regen rate on all mounts. That just sounds badass. Did that give me progress? Oh, I believe it, Giga. Nice, Mr. Ed. Congrats. Pax and I did a run of several raids last night. We collectively managed to get one of the new mounts with the new drop rates. It was me. I got one of the horses off of the 9 in the Sanctum of Domination.
No time to quake with fear. Rigid we must remain. The strangers have woken. They've come to dance in the rain. Our one and only goal is to protect the camp. Every claw and spear, raise them to the air. Go, fight, win.
Let's say, is there a commander tag? Because I don't see one. Jesus Christ, Blade Dwell. Yeah, sure, let's go kill the champ crab if we can. Let me see something really quick. Nope. Of course not. Thought I could use these stupid things to skip hearts. Wow, that counts like trash, too. Like bugs. Like this. I've lost Giga. Where'd she go? There she is. There she is. Grab the thing while we're here. Oh, is this it? No. Okay. No! Ah! Lost Giga again. Oh, Glass Joe, 100%. Dun. Dun-dun-dun. Whoa! That hurt. Oh my god. I was extraordinarily not ready for that kind of damage. Oh my god, he got stunned in his own aura of damage. Like, why isn't he coming out of the aura? Ah! I was the one who suggested it to Mr. Red, and then he suggested it to everyone else, and it's just been spreading ever since. So I'm just going to take credit for that. I just want to say that. That's all on me. It, of course, is not all on me. I just want to feel like I actually contributed something for once. Yes, I have heard of K-pop, even Hunters. Giga. Yes, cat. Yeah, I don't like to preface people's opinions, so I'll just say it's probably worth a watch. Oh, it's great, Scumlord. This is so wonderful, especially since these hearts suck, too. I don't know if you noticed that. Like, they're worse than normal hearts, at the rate at which you gain progress, and the stuff you have to do. It's like, you know, how do we make this even worse? Got it. It's okay, it could be worse. It could be 42 separate events. Can you, like, not stand in the goop, please? You stupid crab. Oh my god, he is. He was just sitting in the goop. Like, hi, what's up? I'm a dick. I appreciate it, Chill Bangle. Well, we got a lot of progress on whatever that heart is. It may or may not be a heart we need. Nope, it is not currently a heart we need. Perfect. But it might be a heart we need later, and now I have partial progress on it, so that might have actually worked out. We also got an event done, so thank you for that, Giga. I'm gonna go scooch back down here. I have never felt old, Elizar, and I am 42. You're 3 at this point. I'm an old man. There is another event, but is it here? It is not. Therefore, it is worthless. So let's see. Events, disable relics, cull hostile bugs, Titan spawn, and misburned. Oh god, Shadow Machine. I mean, I always appreciate that. I'll have to figure out what ones you need. I still don't have that that appearance, that illusion, Mr. Red. Oh, alright, fine, Giga. I guess. I'll go ahead and kill the Blight Championed Beast. It's Blight Championed, not the other way around. I actually don't know what song you're referencing, Elizar, I'm sorry. Wait, I should lie to you. Yes, that's one of the most amazingest of all songs, ever to song. Out of curiosity, which build are you doing right now, Pax? So I see you're on Pax.
For now, rest up, Coach. You've earned it.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay, now I have to figure out how to pull up the thing while staying bowed. Hang on, let me peek up. There we go. Okay. Okay. We'll push this over here. Gotta stay bowed. Gotta stay bowed. Gotta stay bowed. Now bow. Let's see. It says now bow. It's just the whole message. Whoops. Shoot. Oh, wait. So you want me to now bow? Okay. Well, I don't... I have a straw. Is this going to be acceptable, Evo? Oh, you said no bow. I'm sorry. So I violated that twice. I should get some water. Look, I can fit it all in my mouth, Brigman. That's all I'm saying. I have plenty of heart items, but like, I had this problem with the last heart. It wouldn't let me spend the heart items to progress. Like, I talked to him, I was like, hey, and I don't know how to do it? Am I just stupid? Am I dumb? Am I worthless?
Begin destruction protocol.
Like, what am I doing wrong here? Hang on. Look this up. Okay, so... yeah, Whispers of the Wind. This is the guy. Requires the character has already completed the map. It's right there. Well, I think it's a logical conclusion for certain versions of the character, Elazar. Okay. Full hostile bugs, Titan spawn, and this looks like a Titan spawn. Let's see how much I get for killing a thing. Well, that was, lots? Lots. We'll go with lots of progress. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Hang on, hang on. Where's the good map? Didn't we just do this adventure? Like, I got gold out and everything. Yeah. I mean, I was slow as hell. Oh, you can actually repeat these? Holy crap. I thought this was the Heart of Thorns. One second, please. I need to do a thing. You can't see this, right? No, you can't. That really is funny. Alright, give me 1 second, please. Okay, so let's turn pathing on. There we go. And no, I would never. Okay, there we go. That didn't seem to be working though. No, it's not working. No. I've been betrayed.
What depraved abominations they are.
It's true.
Leaving nothing behind except the smells of death and rain.
No, whatever. Following the Giga.
But they're gone. For now. The storm moves on, and so must we. Let us regroup and prepare for the next attack. There will be another.
Is that meta failed? Because that sounds like meta failed. Logical conclusion for the character based on certain iterations of the character. That was our super summary. Yeah, anybody who knows the Batman mythos knows he's insane. Ultimately, all the Bat Who Laughs really is just Batman having lost his discipline. Holding back the crazy. I need to figure out how Pax jumps that high. Well, it's worth noting I haven't actually read it. And I never will. Well, that's it. One or two more times, I'm not actually sure. You have to complete the freaking map in order to be capable of skipping hearts. Like, I was going to comment on how that's a nice feature to enable you to kind of skip some of the grind in some cases as a reward for doing other things, like events and whatnot. So, like, you're doing events anyways, you're doing hearts anyways. Skip over some of the steps. No. No, screw you. Do the grind. Go complete the map. I believe that. And yeah, this will probably be close enough. I'll just grab a couple of landmines. This is the Janthir Wilds right here. This is the... I can't even snark about this. Yeah, okay, so it would have been 2 more. Let's see if I can find some landmines. Run? What are you doing? Jackass.
Knowledge.
There.
Wayfinder.
You okay? If you need someone to talk to...
It worked. I'm fine. There's another stranger.
Are you sure? What did you find?
Footprints. Cracks in the earth. There's a smell. It's not like the one we fought. If you head north, we can meet at the research camp.
I'm on my way. Don't get your paws dirty before I get there. Is that bloodstone? Sure smells like it. Camp's just around the corner.
Grab that while we're here. Flashbang the audience. Very important. I believe there is another heart after this, if I read the walkthrough correctly. So that's great. Whoops. Yeah. Well, there's the heart we almost finished earlier by killing that crab. I'm gonna laugh. Do this heart. Okay.
I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I'm certain of it. There's another one. A lot of us here have witnessed the same. Everyone's moving to collect as much data as they can.
This is a solid lead, Pokey. Let's see how we can help.
We find it, we kill it, and everything will go back to normal.
Let me guess. Yep! Do the heart! I freaking called that. I called that earlier, too, when we were doing that champion. Giga, you're awesome. But we could kill stuff, Giga. We could kill things, Giga. Don't you understand? Kill things, Giga. Giga doesn't want to kill things. I mean, I'm like an inch away. I bet this event will do it. But yeah, no, like, the writing in Janthir is noticeably better than Secrets, which is a low bar. It is good, is what I would call it. Which, if you know my terminology, that's kind of low on the bar of positives, but it is still better than, you know, a lot of other things. Yeah, exactly, Evo. The dialogue, the story so far is yellow. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with yellow. Really. It's just... coming down to yellow after Path and End of Dragons, both of which had their own issues. It's just kind of... Ugh. Going up to yellow after the green of Secrets is kind of interesting. There we go. And we're done.
But it does not matter. Flames are hot, but my soul burns brighter.
What? I would like some lightning rods, please. Thanks. Oh, hello. You have, like, a weekly allotment of booze, Mr. Red? Or is that a quota, which is even worse? You must drink this. That's like a dwarven thing, doesn't it? You must drink this much every day. Which I think is actually a thing in Dwarf Fortress, now I'm saying that out loud. Land? Oh, there we go.
That should do it.
So you don't have a Jack and Coke and Jack and Coke and Jack and Coke and Jack and Jack and Coke and Coke and Jack and Coke? You should try it, Mr. Red. That's hilarious, Giga. See, this is when I make a joke about you being British, Mr. Red. Let's see. Let's go with... Of course you're a lightweight. You've only ever had British beer. How's that sound? Was that good? I can try something else.
Don't want to be too close when the storm starts up.
I actually have no idea if British beer is any good or not. I even specifically said British instead of English, and that's my mistake. I should have said English beer, because Irish beer is apparently legit. Scottish beer. Oof. No way. You know what? I don't care. I can mount in combat. I mean, here in the States, the big cliche is that German beer is the good one. I wouldn't know, as usual.
Everything you described. Footprints, storms, wildfires sparking at random. This isn't natural.
Right? The Astral Ward are tracking activity along the lightning rods. They're getting struck with a higher frequency near the northern shore.
Then we should head out immediately. See if we can track this thing down. Are you up for another fight? Want to sit this out?
No, I'm coming with you. Focus helps with clarity. Lead the way.
Sorry, I was just being irritable at how far away that stupid waypoint was. It looked like it was right next door. Right, in honor of Giga's sacrifice, I'm gonna read all that out loud. In blackest pits of despair, we endure through weather foul and fair. Ah, why isn't this working? No, do not waver, Tempest. Redouble your efforts. At last I found you, you ass of a cub. Ah, Master, the ritual quelled the storm, as I knew it would. I feel vindicated. You are a fool. What you hold is not a ritual for abating violent weather, but a courtship. What? It's a love poem, you idiot. Where's my beetle stuff? We were always the grand niggas. Yes, yes. Work! Work!
So, lightning seems disproportionately attracted to this area? Can't be coincidence.
Isgarin told us to expect numbers. Sounds like they're adding up.
Footprint evidence, wildlife behavior, lightning strikes. It all pointed in this direction. Poizero can attest.
It's near. I sense it. In the air, the way it looms.
Even I'm a bit rattled. Are you sure you're...
Yes. I've had time to center myself. Appreciate the concern, I do, but you don't need to fuss. Wayfinder, I'll match your pace. It'll help me steady my focus.
Actually, I doubt the mic is even good enough to really pick it up, but the way I voice gnomes and the way I voice Ferengi is actually a little bit different. But the way I hold my throat is more or less identical between them.
Just like your rotten friends!
So we had a Rot Titan, now we have a Storm Titan. By the way, the Titans could be all different types of things back in Guild Wars 1. I did, Eleazar. I even answered your question. Every day I'm reminded that nobody actually listens to me. Like, I had this friend, right? And we were hanging out in Discord, chatting. And I was like, hey, blah, 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 blah. And she was like, so why are you doing that? And I said, and I paused for a second. I was like, I literally just told you why I'm doing that. Ensign Flargastarf is definitely my Ferengi voice. No question. One of the variations I tend to do is Ferengi I tend to pull down like this. I'll do this occasionally with gnomes, but for the most part, the Ferengi sit kind of down here. But a gnome has to be higher up, like this, with more energy to it.
Unless they have a death wish.
I will now shut up. So the Pax doesn't get me killed. God, what is this music?
Cowering, just like the other one. What now? Gonna send more little friends to fight for you?
Show yourself!
Who dares disturb the den of the great Decima?
Okay.
Oh, look how small they are. All the way down there. So cute and minuscule. Thought this would take effort. Is that what has my darlings all riled up? A few fleas got into my nest. Well, we can't have that. It's unclean.
Got a point.
Just have to show them. What do we do when pests sneak into our home? We squash them.
Oh, okay. I can accept that.
Not even putting a dent in her. She's just siphoning energy back with those conduits.
Wayfinder, you still got those rods we used earlier. What if you plant them around? Draw energy away from her.
Not a bad idea.
It's working. A bit more should do it.
I feel like I did the meta for this boss. Because I've done one meta out here.
Getting some lightning strikes. Keep at it.
Oh, I did a convergence, that's right.
Not so tough now, are you?
I was say this all her attack patterns looked very familiar. That's what was striking me. I spent most of that fight dead, so floor runnering it, as is my norm.
Her armor is cracking. Commander, can you wedge your Warclaw's chain harpoon in there?
Why, yes I can.
Balance. Yeah! Pull her down!
Really? It has to be a specific thing. Okay, fine. This is a really long chain, I'm just saying. Like a really, really long chain. Like someone watched Empire Strikes Back and was like, I've got an idea. This is like a quarter-mile chain.
Glowing? Must be some kind of inner core.
Seems rather sensitive, so keep hitting it.
Damn it. They're surrounding the lightning rods. Get them!
Commander, focus on Decima. We'll handle these pests.
Okay.
I think I've got a shot at breaking more of her armor. I'll ready my Warclaw.
Get her!
I kind of like this fight, actually. Multi-phase, good variety in attacks, nothing too overwhelming or ridiculous. I'm not sure how it is solo, but Sorry for sounding so confused, but, like, honestly, none of the fights in Secrets were really good. I don't think I gave a single boss positive that whole expansion, and that's pathetic.
No, we've come too far.
Hold on! I'm coming to help you!
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Risk her getting the upper hand.
Know when to step away.
Great subtitles. Indecipherable. Okay, now what?
Now, you lazy slug. I can smell your rot from here. How did I get stuck with such a selfish pissant for a brother?
Well, you can ask Brigwin about that one.
Shove your groveling toadies. Did you hide behind? I know you didn't fight them yourself. If you don't get over here right now, I'll tell her all about it.
Is she talking to...
I think so. I think they can communicate.
Then Greer is still alive? And they're coordinated?
We're down an ally. Retreat! I'll send a distress message to the Alliance.
No, this is my doing. I'll call Horror. Awaiting sorrow. Hello? Awaiting sorrow. Anyone? Damn thing doesn't work.
Let's try the high ground. Up this way!
Axe, you're gonna have to boost me. It probably wants me to use the War Claw, but you know what? I've got something much better than a War Claw. A 600-ton turtle. Oh, there we go. Oh no! Oh no! Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! Okay, let's just reset it for a second. Okay, we're good. We're good.
I need help.
What's wrong?
I'm hurt. I'm at...
I know where you are. I'll conjure you a portal.
Scurry home now, little fleas.
We beat your ass, Decim. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, actually good boss fight. I'm being facetious. That's actually our second good boss fight in a row. I liked the Greer fight, too.
Oh, look at you. Oh, your leg.
It's nothing. Just needs bandaging.
Bandaging? Stay still.
Oh, hang on. I need to help. Oh, hang on. Let's see here. I have no decorations. Oh, yeah, by the way, there's a decoration cap. I didn't actually talk about this. There's a decoration cap. See that? You can only place 1,000 items, but there's something, I don't remember what, that lets you place more items. Don't ask me what, I don't remember. Hello? 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 How do I help tend to your wounds? Let me tend to you, my son. Oh, here we go.
What were you thinking? Trekking the Isles alone? Battling monsters? And you didn't think it was wise to stop him? To ask for my help sooner?
If I can trust Kaith and you, I can certainly trust the kid.
But it's all fine and grand when you do it. Take off to go fight without telling us where you are. Or who.
My situation, it's different. I have better means to protect myself.
You can kill more easily.
It's never easy. There's more to magic than causing harm. Protection, attunement to the world around you, healing. How are you feeling now?
Better. A lot better.
Those who use magic only to destroy practice destruction. True wizards know magic as a practice of balance. That's where real power comes from.
I'm sorry, is it me or is that actually a good scene? Yes, Giga, I know you're an elementalist. Ah, and she's gone.
Let's give them a moment. Those titans have done a number on the ecosystem. Could tend to some things around here.
The cub will need a bit to recuperate anyway. Might as well use the downtime to think up a plan.
I'm fine, truly. Finding my joy in watching the two of them figure it out. Wading Sorrow is incredible, and far more empathetic than Isgarin. I joined this mission to get to know the Astral Ward, to see if they would at all be helpful in healing the Pale Tree. Dagonet and I are desperate. Mother, you'd think she'd have made more progress by now, but still she wilts. Perhaps someone like Sorrow is exactly who we're looking for.
Yeah, no scratches. Thinking a lot about Krisha and the vote. I was mad. Let her see that I was mad. I'm an Imperator, that's not good. But that's not the point. Her choice wasn't wrong. We didn't know enough. And now we know that there are two Titans. Do we hunt them down while they're weak? Do we have time to wait? I don't know.
Pokey. Poised arrow. Sorry. I'm sorry that I lied to you. That my lie put you in danger.
Ma called me Pokey because I was always watching the leaves float down the stream. Paws never clean. Eyes to the sky, I was. Pa didn't call me Pokey until she died. I think he started to do it to remind me of her. Worked, it did. I miss her.
I wish I'd known your ma longer.
Me too. Impatient she could be, but she was kind and strong. She would have been a great claw. Grandma had already woven a blanket for Ma's right of the sun path. We burned it when she died.
I remember that bonfire. Huh. I still felt like an outsider then. But listening to everyone weep together was the most connected I'd felt with the Bearkin in a very, very long while.
Fit in you do. Even if you are some wizard, whatever that means. Do you think you're gonna go back to the Skywatchers?
I don't know yet, Boyadero. I have many mistakes to atone for. Trust to regain. Yours included.
You can call me Pokey.
Pokey?
I think they didn't think about it, Scumlord. I was thinking about that too. They're even vague about it. Because they mentioned, like, oh, she was only been around for a generation or two, but no, she left the court centuries ago. Like, actual centuries. So, alright. So let's go do the turn-in, because it's probably just going to be a dialogue bit. What, Giga? What, Giga? What, Giga? What? What are those? Are those guns? Oh, it's Quip. Why would you ever get that? Why would you ever... Oh, my God. Okay, okay. What a waste of legendaries.
Right where I left you. Tell me you've pulled yourself away for a meal, at least.
Wayfinder, there's been plenty to keep me busy of late, though I don't need to tell you that.
Afraid this won't settle your nerves any. We had another brush with the Titans.
Titans? So Isgarn was correct. You'll love that.
2 in total, and they're working together. Greer, who we thought previously defeated, and Decima, a lightning conduit.
And how did this battle fare?
Brutal. But useful. We discovered a possible vulnerability of the Titans, a fragile inner core. The Claw's son was injured blocking an attack, so our battle was cut short. Brave, and stupid.
A sentiment completely alien to the two of us. How's he doing now?
On the mend. We made it to the village healing master in time to treat him.
No easy task, carrying a grown Coden to safety. And what did you say was used to treat him?
I didn't. The healing master is versed in some level of recovery magic. Trained in the Shiver Peaks, apparently.
Interesting. I suppose healing magic would be less frowned upon than the more ostentatious schools.
I do too, Giga.
Never be sure who knows more than they're letting on. You're a reader, yes? I was reading a fascinating book earlier. It's upstairs. You should give it a look. And, act natural.
Of course. I will go upstairs now and go look at this book. Hey, look, it's a book. Waiting sorrow has left us. She left a note. She left Dagda a note. I must be swift should Isgaran catch on to my plan before I'm able to depart. What am I, a creature of nightmare? Do they writhe when I speak? Do they flee when I move? The court is quiet today. Dagda fled to the observatory. Mabon is disappointed with my reaction. Perhaps screaming until I opened a portal to the domain of anguish was a tad ostentatious. The emotion that lingers in the pit of my stomach is repentance, mostly. Sorrow is simply a harbinger of my prior mistakes, my negligence. When she came to me, goodness knows, well before the gods doomed this place, I saw someone struggling. I chose to help her. A voice on the verge of Coda's rage who knew what we should have done had I not ascended her and severed that connection. Sidoni never thought of me the same after that. I imagine my saving Sorrow was the final straw before exile. I often thought of my choice as naive, and at other times I wonder if the elder races were too protective of magic, but I turned her immortal, gave her access to immense power to save her life. That shouldn't have been my choice. I let her roam on her own for a long, long time before she and Vass joined us. And when I saw how powerful she'd become, I couldn't let her go again. She knows this. She's grown more and more unpredictable over the centuries. She even claims to see flickers of her life before her ascension. When the Kodan split between Janthir and Orr, I could tell it bothered her. I could tell she yearned to help her people when they were clearly splitting apart, but she's a figure of fable to them. What if she were to reveal herself now as the missing voice to the ancestral claw? The claw that determined the fate of all Kodan when he moved them to safety. She'd cause riots. They're already fragile enough. I need time to think about my next steps. And more talking. This is just talking. There's just talking. There's so much talking. I'm not actually mad. It's just funny how much talking there is. There's so much talking.
Normally, if my son came home injured, I'd question in whose company he was engaging in such reckless behavior. But since your arrival, Wayfinder, there is no question.
Sorry.
Stoic order.
Paul, I told you, the fault is mine. I didn't respect my limits. The Wayfinder reminded me it's all right to step away. Pa, I'm okay. You should have seen the Wayfinder out there. Never witnessed a stoic warrior turned into such a kindly mother hen. Checking my wounds, aiding my exit, all with concern in the voice and a tear in the eye.
Might be a bit of an exaggeration.
Regardless, my son requires time to recuperate, as does the ecosystem. The Titans have done a number on our community. Initiatives are underway in Moldering Greenwood and Stricken Plains to restore the local flora and fauna. Wayfinder, any additional aid you may provide would greatly benefit our restorative efforts.
Say no more. Happy to help.
Okay. That next step looks like a go do stuff step. And that looks like a good cutoff point. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I hope you have good fireworks, good food, good friends, good fun. Tomorrow, we're gonna do more hearts. Then we're gonna do more events. And then we're gonna do even more hearts. I'll see you guys.